Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scene. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scenes. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scenes. We gon' break the new ground. Sound waves on blockchain, taking the crown. Music district, pumping that fresh sound in the Web3 scenes. We gon'
the 15 winners would basically get to be on this album compilation, and everybody would get a track that would be produced by Rodney. So, you know, it was, you know, about a 3-month competition or so, lasted like most of the summer. And by the end of the summer, you know, I was one of those 15 that was chosen to work with him. And I was really excited because I'm a big fan of, like, you know, his music, things that he's done. You know, Brandy's my favorite female R&B singer. He's done a lot of Brandy's music, a lot of, you know, the Full Moon album, the Human album, The Boy Is Mine, all that stuff. So, you know, I'm a fan in that sense. So it was, you know, definitely.
In this month's Artist Spotlight.
Hey, y'all, I'm Rocky 2 Grammy, rapper/songwriter, and I'm here with the Music District, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time. See you there.
Super villain shit. Yeah. Dreams, what up? Let's go. Peep game. Oh yeah, this is the soundtrack. Last year they thought I was finished and then I bounced back. This year I'm on a mission, eager to count stacks. Surrendering to my super villain, I'm glad I found that. I like chilling with women, they got around that. Bounce that, perfect precision and I'ma pound that. Shorty wanna give me the kitten, watch who you pounce at. That pool ready to swim in, I might drown. These boys think I'm a gimmick, I call it clown man. This song sucks, I don't wanna listen because it sounds bad. How bad? If I had a lemon for every lyric that's off beat, on me they be worth 100,000 cash. These fake 3 niggas down bad. Me and Thanos bringing the chaos, that mean the bar's back. Or snap. Watch these niggas disappear. Super villains in here, impact like a car crash. Bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. Yup, like little Ron. Got your girl bouncing that ass like little John's on. You don't want no problems with me, better go on, bruh. Every now and then I get scrappy, I put the paws on him. I hit him in his noodle and knock the sauce out him. Knuckle carbonara, that's for thinking Rocky ain't bout. Get a song playing, tryna hate on it like they ain't bouncing. I'm the one that turned this shit up. Darius, it is what it is, huh? I might drop a hit every 6 months. Y'all still ain't get to do what I did once. Nope. I roll with AGS, that is gang gang. Still royal dreads, ain't a thing changed. Money ain't a thing like Jermaine say. Tell the DJ go ahead and press play to make y'all bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. All I wanna do do is see ya bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce, we make 'em bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce, we make 'em bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce.
What's up, y'all? This is Rocky 2 Grimy, rapper / songwriter, chef, host of Grimy Talk Radio, head of talent relations at AGS.
Follow,
You know
like,
what I'm
and
saying?
subscribe by
Tap in.
visiting
Supervillains. Let's
musicdistrict.io.
go. Here to share my music. I didn't know Shontelle was going to be there. I'm a fan of Shontelle's. I listen to her music, you know what I'm saying? And it was just, she was the first person as far as like someone who's actually been in the mainstream world, in the industry, that basically gave me like a sign of approval, you know what I'm saying? It like put her stamp on me. And, you know, for me, that was just like really, it was like almost like, yeah, you're on your way. Like everything that you've been doing over the last 20 years that, you know, you're getting confirmation now that like, hey, you're actually good at this. You actually might be able to, you know, accomplish all of these dreams and goals that you got.
I love that. Yeah, man.
You know, so you look at me and Shontelle now, like, you know, back then I was just like, you know, I was
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
Shontelle, and now it's like I can FaceTime her, you know, right now.
Why don't you tell? Yeah, that's also like you have a connection with Rodney Jerkins. You know, he's a 2-time Grammy Award winner, right? He's partnered with like Michael Jackson, Beyonce, Brandy, Bieber, J-Lo. I mean, he's done some prolific stuff.
None of that happens without Shontelle. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, you know, she's very important to me. That record's important to me. Basically, how I ended up doing the record with Rodney was there was a competition that went on. This is 2 years ago now, I want to say. It was 2023. Yeah, it was 2023. There was a competition to be on this compilation, and there was going to be 15 winners. And, you know, everybody is, you know, from Web3. There were some people that submitted in Web2, but it was also like mainly like a Web3 type of thing. And the 15 winners would basically get to be on this album compilation, and everybody would get a track that would be produced by Rodney. So, you know, it was, you know, about a 3-month competition or so, lasted like most of the summer. And by the end of the summer, you know, I was one of those 15 that was chosen to work with him. And I was really excited because I'm a big fan of, like, you know, his music, things that he's done. You know, Brandy's my favorite female R&B singer. He's done a lot of Brandy's music, a lot of, you know, the Full Moon album, the Human album, The Boy Is Mine, all that stuff. So, you know, I'm a fan in that sense. So it was, you know, definitely like one of my arriving moments to be able to say that I worked with.
So Shontelle is sort of like your bridge there for that opportunity. And you met Shontelle in Web3?
So literally, it was, I just pulled up to a space. My man Turbo made it. You might know him. And it was really cool. I got to meet Turbo at the event too. You know, the first time I got to meet Turbo IRL. Turbo is actually the voice that you hear on the intro to Don't Talk to Me. So I sampled Turbo's voice and I sampled Shontelle's voice. And Turbo was the one who at the time he was working with the Royal Dreads, and he invited me to come to the space. when he invited me, I didn't know Shontelle was going to be there, you know? And so I was just like, damn, like, how the hell do you know Shontelle? You know what I'm saying? And Shontelle, you know, she enjoyed my music, and, you know, this was a weekly thing that they were hosting every Thursday night, open mic thing for the artists. So I kept coming back every single week. I kept coming back, and I just built a relationship with them. Ended up building a relationship with Shontelle through coming into those spaces. And, you know, Turbo had some other things going on in his life, and he had to take a step back from being in the focal points in the Royal Dreads. And it didn't happen, you know, purposely, but I kind of like stepped in, and I don't want to say replaced him, but I kind of just filled the slot that he was in. And now I go from being, you know, the guy showing up to the space every week. Now I'm hosting it with Ann and with Cam and with Shontelle, you know, and, you know, that's how that relationship started. Building these relationships and networking all the time. It's really dope when you can finally meet people for the first time IRL, but that's why I try now to do my best to give others a platform, because I had the people who came before me that gave me a platform, you know, and I try to use the influence that I have today, because I wasn't always the Rocky to Grammy that I am now, you know, so that's, I try to, you know, do Grammy Talk Radio and do the things that we're doing with AGS and all these other things as my way is trying to like pay it forward.
Grammy. I was wondering a little bit more about Grammy Talk Radio and how you balance being an artist and a host.
Honestly, man, it's my personality, like, because I'm not your typical, like, journalist, you know? So for me, Grammy Talk Radio isn't about, like, having interviews. It's about having conversations, you know? I get on there and I have conversations with people, and I really try to, I think because I'm also an artist and I understand what it's like to be a creative, me talking as an artist to another artist is just, we connect a little differently as opposed to somebody who doesn't actually do it, you know?
Facts.
So I can have different types of conversations with artists because I understand what it's like to be.
Tell me about Supervillains and your collaboration. How did it start? What makes it special and different?
Man, you know, shout out to Thanos, man. That's my guy. That's my brother. I don't know if you're familiar with the history, but you know, about a year ago, a little over a year ago at this point, actually almost 2 years ago, I would say, we're getting closer to that time. Me and Thanos had a little spat, you know what I'm saying, that turned into like a little short, you know, rap beef over a few months. There were some diss records made, mostly on his end. Mine is most famous for some subs that I threw at him over a Cali Speedway record that we did called 3 Eyes. And really, you know, it was just a misunderstanding, a miscommunication that me and Thanos had that sparked that rap beef. We really didn't have any real animosity towards each other. We did have a mutual respect for each other because he knew what I do and I knew what he did. We were following each other. I'd seen him like in the battle rap spaces, so I knew who he was, you know? We just had a miscommunication over something that I didn't like, and I basically he took my voice. He did what I did on Don't Talk to Me, you know, like with Shontelle. Thanos had made a record called Fake 3, where he was dissing a lot of people in the space, and some of them being, you know, people that I was connected to at the time. And he actually came and debuted that song in my space. And I told him, like, you know, I think this is really dope. Like, you know, just leave me out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause, you know, I'm connected with some of the people that you mentioned, you know? So I was in another space later, you know, around that time where we were talking about it, and I was kind of like praising the record, you know, talking about how dope I thought it was, because I did think it was dope. So he somehow ended up finding the clips where I said these things, and he did what I did, and he sampled my voice and put it on this record where he was dissing Rizzo the Boss. Right? So I go to a space and I pull up in there and I hear the record and I'm like, yo, what the heck? Like, so I kind of like hit him up and I'm just like, yo, bro, I told you not to be involved with me in this shit, and you literally involved me, you know? So we had an exchange of words. That led to me dissing him on Cali Speedway song, which then led to him dissing me on a bunch of freestyles in early 2024. And, you know, I want to say by the time we got to like summer, probably like literally around this time last year is when me and Thanos ended up in a space together. And, you know, we talked about it and we realized, you know, it was just miscommunication. And we was like, yo, let's do some music together. We never planned for it to become this. You know, we didn't plan for it to become supervillains. It was just another organic thing that happened. We started off just making like 1 or 2 records, and then we realized that our chemistry was so dope that we were like, yo, let's go ahead and just like make this a whole thing. Thanos came up with the name, you know, the Supervillains, and we started working on the album, man, and we're almost done. We got some real dope joints. I think it's like, to me personally, out of 20 years worth of writing music, this is the best body of work I think I've ever created.
Because especially in Web3, when you don't really speak to everybody day in, day out, and you really don't know anybody all that well, it could be taken out of context. So I feel like that is something that's sort of evolving over time. And to your perfect example with Thanos, you know, you guys able to see through that and now creating something beautiful now with supervillains. So I think that is a real cool bookmark here to really highlight, to share with people, hey, you know, stick with it. Don't take things personal. This is, you know, it's artists being artists. And I think it's important for everybody out there, whatever genre they're in, to keep with it and to be open-minded and not take things so personal. So what are some of these challenges that you're facing here in Web3?
I mean, nah, man. I mean, like, look, hip hop is competitive, you know? And that's kind of like, that's where I came from. Like, you know, as far as like, you know, I'm not a battle rapper, but I am very competitive, and that's the type of stuff that I love. I love to compete. I like to be number one. I like to say that I'm the best. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like everybody that's trying to do this at a certain level, you should feel like that. You know what I'm saying? You should feel like you're the best. You know, I'm not content with just being here. You know what I'm saying? And
100.
I didn't come into Web3 as a Web3 guy. You know what I'm saying? I was kind of just a guy who was looking to share his music and kind of like build and branch off with that, you know? I would say the most difficult challenge that I have right now is the fact that I have become something in Web3 that is bigger than what I anticipated. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
because of that, a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people don't like me. There's a lot of people that wish they were in my position. You know what I'm saying? Some people, you know, it might come off as braggadocious or cocky or whatever, you know, but I worked for everything that I got here. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You know, I did the things that I had to do. People who are seeing me now, they're like, oh, he's the guy, he got these mints, he got this and that, he thinks he's this and that because he did this. But yeah, but these are things that I did. You know, I'm not supposed to be proud of my accomplishments and the things that I did and that I'm continuing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't stopped. I haven't slowed down. There's some guys that, you know, were in the space when I first got here and they've done nothing. They're in the same spot that they were in 2022 when I walked in here, and in 2025 they're still in the same position, and
I know exactly what you mean.
yeah, so it's like, don't be mad at me because I took the ball and I ran with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, catch up or just don't say anything to me, So, like, right now, especially with all the stuff going on with me and Thanos and the positive things that we're doing, I find that the more I try to do positive things in the space, the more negative things begin to follow. People try to damage your reputation and all different sorts of things. So that's the most challenging thing, I would say. Everything else is cool, because the only challenge of it is that, like, I be wanting to respond to a lot of that negativity, and I know that I shouldn't. I know that I shouldn't respond to it. I know that I should ignore it. But, being the guy that I am, as a competitor and even as a man at the end of the day, you don't really want somebody just talking to you crazy all the time, especially, over a computer screen or through a phone, So that's the most difficult thing, But outside of that, man, I mean, there are a lot more people that got love for me than those that actually do dislike me. You would think a lot more people dislike me than do love me. But no, I actually do get a lot of love out here, So I'm just grateful for that.
Tell us a little bit about outside of music. What kind of hobbies or ritual grounds do you sort of practice to keep being you?
Man, so what, like I alluded to earlier, I'm really into like WWE. I watch it religiously. Every day I'm watching wrestling content, whether it's, they put on Monday Night Raw every Monday. They put on Friday Night SmackDown every Friday. Once or twice a month, there's a pay-per-view on the weekends. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of my free time is spent watching either a wrestling show or some sort of wrestling content. I really enjoy it. I like to play video games. I don't play too much nowadays because I really be, I'm in spaces a lot and doing other things. I'm into video games. I really like Pokemon. That's a game that I would play a lot if I were playing. Obviously, like the wrestling video games. Some people know that, I cook. That's another thing that I'm really good at. Like, cooking is a hobby of mine. So, like cooking, I actually been working, like, as far as like my day jobs. Most of my jobs have been in like the food industry.
Okay.
And stuff like that, all aspects of it. From, dishwashing, the cooking, to being a prep, or, anything having to do with like restaurant life. I do that. What else? Working out. I'm real big on working out, being in the gym. But I haven't been in the gym lately, hence why I'm a little chubby in the face right now. But we're gonna get back to it, soon enough. I had a lot of things that went on in the past, year or so.
Follow, like, and
that,
subscribe
set a
by
lot of
visiting
different things back,
musicdistrict.io.
and I'm only just now, really starting to get my life a little bit more normal than it was before. You know what I'm saying? So I'm getting myself back together now. I enjoy to watch cartoons more so than I guess real TV. Not that I don't watch real TV too. I just prefer cartoons. Listening to music, obviously, I am an artist. One of my favorite things to do is listen to music,
What's some of the artists that you listened to growing up that have inspired you?
Oh yeah, I got quite a few, man. And it's a vast thing because, like I told you, I listen to a lot of
Follow,
hip-hop
like, and
R&B.
subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
As far as on the hip hop side, 50 Cent, Eminem, Mace, Jay-Z, Nelly, T.I., Game. It's so many guys, man. on the R&B side, you know, like Neo, Usher, writers like Brian Michael Cox and you know, Kerry Hilson, so many people, man. Like, I would have to place like categories, you know, Fabulous, Jadakiss, you know, these are guys that I listen to, like, you know, all the time, that I listen to coming up. Old Kanye West, you know, not this new one, but the old one. Lloyd Banks, you know, Cassidy.
Now, you embraced Web3 pretty early, right? So what do you think most artists still misunderstand about NFTs, blockchains, or even ownership in this space? What do you think is one of the biggest hurdles or struggles that exist right now in Web3 music?
I think one of the biggest problems is like an oversaturation of the markets. A lot of artists are really just trying to make a bag. You know what I'm saying? I don't really feel like they really care about the actual music itself, or, you know, I think they literally are just here because they're trying to make bags, you know. And while it's very nice to make a bag, you know, because I've made a bag here and there over the last few years. I do feel like, you know, if you compare me to some of the artists in 3 years, I don't have that many drops. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a drop from me, you know, like, I like my drops to be rare. I like them to be kind of like spread out. I don't really like dropping more than one thing at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bounce has been out for a couple months now, you know, and it's almost minted out now. Last time I checked, I got like 6 editions left. But, you know, I play that game, you know what I'm saying? I be in it for the long haul. Like, you know, it's like, I'm not dropping something else until that thing sells out.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? I like my stuff to be finished, to close the door on one thing before you get to another, you know? And these guys would just be like, well, I'm going to put this song out, and, you know, a few people mint it, 10 people mint it, and they move on to the next one. You know, like, that's just kind of crazy to me. Like, stand behind your work. You know what I'm saying? If you want it to sell out, go in there, go into those spaces and promote the sound.
Speaking of Bounce, is there any utility that comes with that?
Yeah. So the utility for Bounce is that it's, like I said, it's 50 editions altogether. So very limited in that sense, right? What I'm doing is, everybody that mints, they're going to get a signed physical copy of a CD. So every single minter is going to get that CD. And at the end of the mint, when it's completely sold out, I'm going to put everybody's name in a picker. I've been writing down the names of every single person that is minted, right? So far, there's only 2 people that I don't know who they are that minted.
Okay.
You know, I need people to, like, when you mint, I need you to, like, leave a comment or, you know, post or something, because otherwise I don't know that you meant it, right? But out of like 44 people, I've got 42 names, you know, so I gotta just find out who those last 2 are. But once the mint is closed out, I'm gonna put everybody's name in a picker, and whoever wins that picker is gonna get a signed vinyl. So one person is gonna get the signed vinyl and the CD, and the other 49 people are all gonna get CDs. I'll give you this exclusive here too. I haven't really talked about it too much. I've mentioned it here and there, but I haven't really announced it on a broader scale. There is a Bounce remix that will be coming. And everybody that minted the original is going to get a discount on that as well.
As you're growing this Web3 community for yourself, right? Like, I mean, look, like you, I'm not here for the money. I mean, maybe a year ago, I was trying to get subscriptions, but quite honestly, I realized in a very quick way that that's not what Web3 is about, you know, and that's a lot of the reason why we never dropped anything in the music district. We're just simply, you know, a music channel. Think of it like a cross between the community spirit of PBS mixed with the cultural vibes of MTV. And it's that story behind the Rocky 2 Grimy that I feel really connect how fans discover and invest. And so I feel like that's my lane. And that's an evolution of where I came from and where I am now. I think the biggest thing about success is not to chase the money. Money will find you. And as long as you're consistent with that energy, that positive energy that you're sharing and what you're doing for the communities and for the artists inside of those communities, and maybe helping fans discover new music, I feel like that's something very, very important that isn't being done right now. You know, artist, chef, host, creator, you're a lot of things, man. Which one you think pushes you furthest?
Definitely the music, man. Like, you know, everything else is the most important thing to me is music.
It is.
I don't get more enjoyment out of than anything. I think that, like, you know, when I'm able to like be in the studio or, you know, seeing like my ideas that, you know, seeing the what I hear in my head like, come to life. Like, there's no better feeling than that for me. So, you know, everything else, like, you know, I enjoy cooking. I enjoy hosting spaces. You know what I'm saying? These are things that I enjoy doing, so I don't mind doing them. But 100%, like, there's nothing more than, you know, being able to do the music and share the music. That's always the biggest thing to me.
As the music district and Rallo, when I first started, it was a lot of time and effort that I was putting into this, right? To like promote other artists, other communities. And like I said, back in 2 years ago, you know, I was trying to get subscribers to actually pay me for the, you know, to help support the tech, the time, you know, the energy. And when I realized that Web3 wasn't really the place to do that, because everybody's out there with a whole lot of ideas, a whole lot of business, not a whole lot of money, I found that storytelling and learning this technology has become so much of a passion of mine that it's not about the money. And so I'm trying to ask from an artist perspective, how would you define passion?
Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, because look, bro, I mean, I never did, you know, the music for the money, per se. You know what I'm saying? Well, I didn't, like, see that I can really make money off of my music until 2 years ago. You know? And mind you, I told you, I've been doing music for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't until 2 years ago that I actually, like, made some money off of my music, and I was like, wow, this is, you know, now obviously I always, like, my goal was always to like get to a level of where people knew me, and, you know, I can go and I could do shows and get paid for that, and I can go sell my albums and get paid for that, right? But at the end of the day, like, my passion is really just creating music that people can enjoy and that people can relate to. The reason that I enjoy listening to the music that I listen to is that, like, it takes me into, you know, another world. I like listening to R&B a lot because, you know, there's a lot of things that you talk about, like, you know, in R&B, love, heartbreak, you know, loss, different types of things that you can talk about in music that these are real life emotions that we feel, you know? So, like, you know, have you ever listened to a song that you resonated with so much that like you had a tear in your eyes while listening to it because it made you think about something that you personally went through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that, yeah, that's what music does for me. You know what I'm saying? So my goal is to make music for that is going to affect somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If I can make a song where somebody was going through the same situation I was going through, or they felt something similar to what I felt, or they relate to it in any type of way, that's the goal for me.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's not about the actual money. Yes, I want money. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't want money, you know? But my goal as to why I do what I do isn't because I want money. Now, obviously, that it's what I'm good at and I'm passionate about it. So if I can make money at the same time, you know, that's the ultimate form of happiness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm not doing it because I want money.
Understood. So would you say music is your therapy, your weapon, or your legacy?
Oh, man. Damn, I mean, do I only got to pick one?
Three. I mean, it's your world, man. We're just living in it.
My legacy or my weapon? I think I'll say my legacy. I think I'll say legacy because I believe that when I'm no longer here, I will have done enough musically in my life for when people think about me, they'll remember me for it. And that'll be what will be tied to me, you know? But I think at the end of the day, like what I would want is for, like I said, like I want to touch people. I want people to resonate with the music. And I think that's, you know, that would be my legacy is that, you know, I left you with a body of work, different bodies of work that you can go back and listen to when I'm no longer here. And, you know, you can really see like, you know, the best way to get to know me is listening to the things that I've written and recorded, even though I do feel like, you know, it's also a weapon. And also the other thing is
Therapy.
Yeah. It's definitely like a form of therapy as well, because I'll say things in the music that I won't necessarily say out loud. You know what I'm saying? It's like a tool to where I can take things that I'm thinking and make art out of it, you know, in a creative way. So that is a form of therapy as well.
I have a moment, because you are both in Web 2 and Web 3, right? So and I think your most recent, right, bounce was the first dedicated Web 3 drop for you?
I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't say that I have dedicated Web3 drops.
Could I listen to Bounce on Spotify? Because I couldn't find it.
Not yet. So that's the thing about like how I'm doing this is because, again, I want stuff to have value, right? So I got like 4 or 5 albums worth of music on Spotify and other streaming platforms. My logic is that you can, if you want to just listen to Rocky 2 Grimy, you don't have to actually mint. You don't have to go here to do that. I played Don't Talk to Me in Spaces for 10 months before I put it on the blockchain. And, you know, every time people was like, hey, where can I mint this? I was like, you can't, because I don't even know what mint means. You know what I'm saying? At that time, I didn't even know what that means to put this on blockchain. And I didn't understand crypto and NFTs like that, right? A Web3 guy. So when I did put out Don't Talk to Me, it was really just me saying, you know what, let me just finally put something on Web3 because everybody else has been asking for it.
I think we're learning a lot about Web3, especially through you, because I see that even as you've been in Web3 for how long?
I mean, so I would say, I mean, I've always been on Twitter. I've been on Twitter since like 2009.
Right.
Web3 specifically, I consider Web3 like when I started getting into these spaces. So I guess that would be 2022.
You know, as somebody in Web3, you know, watching you grow and learning about minting and relationships. I mean, this is fantastic insight for somebody who might be looking to get into Web3 just like yourself. And I know for a lot of different artists or even founders or pioneers, I know there are days where you just want to give up, myself included. What pulls you back in? Like, what pulls you back into it?
I think it's just the belief in myself, really. You know, I genuinely feel like I know where I'm headed. And I don't see anything stopping me. You know, like I feel like, you know, I know where I'm supposed to be, and I know what I'm supposed to do, and I see a path to get there. And I do the things that I do daily because I know that it's going to help me get to where I'm supposed to be. Why I take the time to do these different things, why I go to the La Bodegas, you know what I'm saying, and go show up and shake hands and meet people. You know, that's the reason. You know, it's just the belief in myself. Like I'm finally, it was, you know, like I said, going back to like Shontelle, being able to, you know, to meet her and get her guidance, being able to be able to work with somebody that, you know, I had a lot of admiration for growing up, like Rodney Jerkins, to be able to say that I, you know, did a record with him and put that on my resume. That was confirmation for me that the last 20 years of people telling me you should do something else, you should try to do this, you should, you know, because like that's just something that happens with artists, is that a lot of people that you would think or that you would hope would be in your corner don't actually, they think you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? You tell somebody, I want to make music, I want to rap, I want to do this and that. They look at you like you're crazy. They say, why don't you get a real job? You know, like stuff like that. You know, they almost look at it as if like you're wasting your time. In the last couple of years being in Web3, it confirmed that for me. Because I've accomplished more in the last 2 years than I've accomplished in my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, I've never been closer to achieving my goals and different things than I am today. Super villains, like you guys don't even, you know, because it's not out yet. I don't even know what we're about to do with that. It's just a belief in myself, man. I don't know what else to say about it.
Dude, there's not much more to say. I mean, as long as you have that belief, I mean, that's what it is. I think you just got to live every day to your best. And tomorrow's not guaranteed. I mean, you got to do everything I do is to make me happy in the moment. I don't do things for a certain way to feel in the future, because I find when you do that, you usually let yourself down. I'm a new fan. I'm watching Artist Spotlight. What would you want them to know about you and why they want to and why they should follow you?
Authenticity. You know, like the guy that's talking right now, like I'm the same guy. You know, you see me outside, you see me in the stage, you see me on this camera. You know, that guy is the same guy that you're going to get in the music. It's the same guy that you're going to get in any situation. Because I take pride in what I do musically. I'm always trying to create the best body of work, and I want it to be real. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be something that people can feel, and that they know that I'm not like these other people who are just funny. You know, it's one thing to be, you know, good at rapping, but is the stuff that you're rapping about actually real? Is it actually you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like how do they know you're authentic and not somebody that might not be?
I think it's just the way that it comes off, Like, at least that's what what I've been told by people. Like, they'll hear, like, I might play a certain record, I might play Don't Talk to Me, and they're like, yo, I can hear, like what you're talking about. I can feel that. I can feel that, like, this is a guy who's been through some things and he's telling us his story right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
I have a connection to what I'm talking about, and that's what makes it authentic, Like, you look at like a record like Bounce, right? For example, it's a club record, right? But what the chorus was me paying homage to an old Little Bow Wow song called Bounce With Me. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm going on record numerous times of saying that, like, there was a time that a very young Rocky 2 Grammy that was probably, like, 8 years old, I wanted to be Bow Wow at a time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
me at 33, I'm turning 33, you know what I'm saying? Making a song, a club record, and using an old Bow Wow song as a reference for it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't get more realer than that. Still taking little bits and pieces from my life.
Follow, like,
putting
and
it there.
subscribe by visiting
Just be real, just be
musicdistrict.io.
honest. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you listen to some of my real younger music, but like 14 through like maybe 15, I might have been embellishing things a little bit back then and just rapping stuff that I thought sounded good. You know what I'm saying? I say like 16 and up, it's been just complete authenticity.
And I gotta say, I could feel it, when we met, we were hanging out, without a doubt. You know what I'm saying? I definitely connected with you. So what advice would Rocky 2 Grime, Grime, now you're French. What would you give yourself, like, advice to the younger Rocky stepping in the booth 10 years ago from what it is now?
Man, so 10 years ago, I would have been 23. I think I would have just told myself that version of me, because that version of me, I was killing shit. The pen was working. I probably would have told myself, one, stay persistent, keep doing that. And I probably also would have told myself, focus less on, focus less on like drinking, focus less on smoking. I don't smoke anymore, by the way. I do still drink, but I would have told myself, focus less on these other activities and focus more on the music, focus more on your health, and getting your mind right, to be the best person that you can be later, because you're talented as fuck, but you got so many different distractions that are going to slow down your process. I think if I would have, put the bottle down a little bit, wasn't always high, wasn't chasing women. One thing about me and girls, man, like, that is women will straight fuck my old shit up. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, like, that's why I am right now, where I'm not really concentrating on like women or anything like that, because I start putting my focus into the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? And I think if a younger me at 23 had the potential to be the guy that I am now 10 years ago, if I would have just focused more.
It's tough to do. One of the things that we do here on Artist Spotlight is something called Artist Promoting Artist, where we give the artist that we're featuring an opportunity to support another artist in our community and bring awareness to them just the same. So what artist would you like to bring awareness to and share the spotlight with?
There's so many, but if I gotta pick one today, I absolutely have to, shout out my brother Thanos, man. He has to be the one. He's doing so much right now. And I say it to him all the time. I say that like the run that he's on right now reminds me of me in 23.
Curfew, I won't condone it. You said you wasn't messing with dude. You better own it. We on our grown shit just kicking in. Sitting back, listening to smooth instruments. How sweet the sound. Nah, Punchinella, come on, Punchinella, come on. What? Nah, Punchinella, come on, Punchinella. I'm choosing Myra or Laura. She high up off my aura. She said she loved my music, and for that I had a daughter. More than a supporter, she was not just a fan. She wanna be with me even though she got a man, he was a Looney Tune. An income poop. She told me so many little birdies want to fly the coop. She's on the far side, at her home just telling harsh lies. Cops call domestic violence and sparks fly. But wait, there's more to the dark side. She took the kids and split them apart like apartheid. They part ways, nights were better, some dark days. Took them to court for child support, smart play. In my studio, we record when we getting bored. Making flips, flawless victory, that's an even score. One day she sent him a video, he was hella mad. And then he called my pad, what you do to my Mia Mom?
You know what I'm saying? It reminds me of, the Don't Talk to Me was just released, Rocky 2 Grimy. I had just built the relationship with Shontelle, Rocky 2 Grimy. I was climbing up the ladder. He's working hard, man. He's building. The stuff that he's doing with his brand, AGS, putting spotlight on, young talent, young rap battlers and everything else. And just like the music alone, like he's a tremendous artist. He fucking freestyles everything, which is like absolutely insane. Like he doesn't even write down the shit. He's my personal favorite rapper in Web3 right now.
Yo, so shout out to Thanos. You mentioned my girl Cali Speedway, Stu Quan, Rizzo, all these guys. Nothing but love for everybody, man. Nothing but love. Real quick, as we close it up, what's next for yourself, and what could we be looking forward to, and where can we find more information about you? Your websites, domains, things like that.
Yeah. So, as far as what's next, man, I got so many different projects that I'm doing on the NFT side. I got an upcoming release coming with Digi Beats, Digi Joints, and Moon Clean. We did want to drop that on the 4th, but they were a little sick when they were leaving New York, so that pushed that drop back. So I'll be talking to them soon.
Oh, there's a new drop?
Yeah, so I got a record called Spin the Block that I'll be releasing with Digi Beats. And it's really up to Moon Clean when we're going to put it out, but I'm pretty sure it'll sometime before this month is over, maybe in the next couple of weeks, we'll be dropping that. I'm working on some stuff for some communities, the Ballers community and Poisonous, Pin Up Cherries. I'm doing some stuff for them as far as like not really necessarily theme songs, but songs for their communities I'm working on. Obviously, the Supervillains album is, the main thing that we're trying to get done and get released to the public. And I'm really excited about that. We're aiming for like August, like late August or early September. We're hoping to have that out. And as far as like, in the spaces as well, and back to Thanos, we just turned AGS into no longer a battle league, but now AGS is a Web3 agency. And I'm taking on the role of head of talent relations for the agency. So y'all will be seeing a lot soon as far as like artists that we're going to be trying to push and spotlight in Web3 with the agency. I think it's going to be real dope, man. It's Thanos' brainchild, and I'm just here to support anything that he's doing, you know. We're putting on these different events. We actually, this Friday, we have an AGS event called the Multiverses.
A reoccurring thing?
We do this every few weeks. The Multiverses, we do it every couple of weeks. So, you know, you just tap in with the AGS page at any given spaces. Tap in with that page or tap in with me or Thanos, and you'll see all of the events that we got going on. I'm doing Grimy Talk Radio every 2 weeks as well. So, you know, tomorrow I'm doing an episode with Hardestry. We're going to sit down with him, and that's going to be real dope. So, yeah, man, I mean, it's just, you know, doing our regular stuff that we do in the spaces and dropping a lot of music, flooding the summer, man. We're flooding the summer. We're flooding the rest of the entire year. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say about 2026 yet, but I just know that, you know, the rest of 2025, I'm flooding music.
That's great, man. I'm super proud of you, bro. I love watching your success. And I think this is the beginning of something beautiful. And if there's anything that I could ever do for you, this is not a one and done. I'll be, as you could tell from my past artist spotlights, I promote the shit out of them forever.
For sure, man. Definitely, you know, let me know when, you know, like when it's ready and how to share it and whatever I can do on my end, you know, to put more eyes on it and more eyes on you too.
You know? Yeah, no doubt. I think the idea originally was to do these artist spotlights, right? And then
the Music District is a Web3 music discovery
tag, and also not just an X, but an Instagram, you know, where I'll hit you up as a collaborator. So we could extend that reach. But the important piece about all this is when we're done and we move on to the next artist, the concept was to you to continue to promote Web3 music and those other artists that we highlight and feature. When you do see other spotlights, share it. And that would be the best thing that you could possibly do for us. But thank you very much for taking the time. Positive vibes and wishing you nothing but the best.
Definitely do this again someday too. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Hey y'all, I'm Rocky 2 Grimy, rapper/songwriter, and I'm here with the Music District, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time. See you there.
One more time.
Yeah.
One more time. I need you.
Did you?
Spin the block, baby.
Toxic energy.
Spin the block, baby.
Toxic energy.
Look, girl, I know it's been a minute. We should never speak again from the way you're in it. It's just something about a vibe, and I keep getting flashbacks to the last time I was in it. Damn, it's messed up how you try to spin it like we was just drunk, you was never with it. Now you know that's just dumb, shorty, who you kidding? You would never circle back if you really meant it. I see that where I messed up was getting in my feelings. I wanna say I love you, but you don't wanna hear it. You wanna take my soul, you almost had my spirit, and you don't wanna love, you just wanna feel it. But you ain't gotta worry, baby girl, I get it. If you just wanna, baby girl, I'm with it. No strings attached, I just wanna hit it one last time until the next time I miss it. Spin the block, baby.
Toxic energy.
Spin the block, baby.
Toxic energy. Late night, phone ringing. I pick up, you singing. Tyrese, would you be my sweet love for a lifetime? I'm here if you need me. Be my sweet lady. Come through, receive me till you scream out.
Aight, girl, I think I get the point. I bet the neighbors know my name the way we bring the noise. Maybe we should take a break before they get annoyed. I take a shot, she be puffing on the digi joint. Yeah, all good, now we back to it. She tell me lay back, she wanna hack to it. Don't you ever take what's mine, don't you act stupid.
Don't you act stupid.
Don't you act stupid.
Spin the block, baby. Toxic energy. Spin the block, baby. Toxic energy.
The Music District is a Web3 music discovery channel offering a broadcast service and music network that showcases the best Web3 artists and music videos. It's a platform where fans and emerging artists collaborate on a shared creative journey, driven by Web3 music broadcasting. Fan engagement with broadcasts fuels the evolution and growth of Web3 music, expanding its reach across platforms and devices. Artists gain increased visibility and global exposure, while fans become active, invested participants in their favorite artists' journey toward independence. By supporting and engaging with broadcasts through shares and likes, fans naturally boost the reach of emerging Web3 artists, driving sales for the artists while increasing the value of the music NFTs fans invest in. Think of it like the community-backed energy of PBS, mixed with the cultural buzz of MTV. Our approach is a fresh, collaborative model that pushes Web3 music discovery, growth, and artist independence through community-driven broadcasting. Subscribe to Connect. MusicDistrict.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time.
Spotlight to raise awareness for another powerhouse in Web3 music, Eli, whose track 15 and Alive is a must-hear for anyone who loves unfiltered, soul-bearing lyricism. And if you're not already...
I'm Lewis Naggs. Hey, I'm a songwriter, producer, and director. I'm here with MusicDistrict.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time. So join in, listen, and enjoy.
This month on Artist Spotlight, we step into the world of artist Lewis Naggs, a North London-born singer-songwriter, blending indie rock, Americana, grunge with cinematic storytelling. His journey from behind the camera to center stage is nothing short of inspiring. Known for directing music videos for artists like Eider and working with icons like Post Malone and Metallica, Lewis is now turning the lens on himself. He's a multifaceted artist who directs and produces his own music videos and visual content. With powerful results and an overwhelming response from the Web3 music community and fans around the world. In this exclusive interview, we explore how love, loss, and life have shaped the evolution for this artist. We dive deep into his latest singles, Everybody's Falling Apart, Friend of Mine, and his upcoming unreleased track, Sound of Silence, a soul-stirring tribute to his late father and a beautiful mediation on healing and hope. But it doesn't stop there. As part of our Artist Promoting Artist segment, Lewis shares the spotlight to raise awareness for another powerhouse in Web3 music, Eli, whose track 15 and Alive is a must-hear for anyone who loves unfiltered, soul-bearing lyricism. And if you're not already talking about these emerging legends in Web3 music, like Lewis Naggs, Eider, Eli, and other Web3 artist spotlights, now is the time. Listen to the best, support the best, and share the best by tagging them and following them. Don't just watch, build the stage. In Web3, every like, share, and show of support helps lay that foundation for the future of Web3 music. This isn't the fandom of 1990. This is the new era where fans aren't just spectators. They're the bridge between independence and impact. Artists are on the road, and fans are the map. And your support helps all of us go further, faster, and more independent. So visit musicdistrict.io, hit that subscribe and follow. It is very much appreciated as it helps uplift Web3 artists and grow a stronger, more connected Web3 music community. So don't miss Louis Nags on this month's Artist Spotlight.
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
Well, you say you're a friend of mine, but you won't let me live my life. You say you're the lonely kind, you're just scared of the feeling you'll find. One day I'll be on my own, I will be praying for you to come home. Violence in silence was kind, you'd be thankful if you realized. And you say you're a friend of mine, you're no friend of mine. But it's you that I fear when my thoughts are not as clear. And it's true that I hide, but I've never felt so alive. And you say you're a friend of mine, you're no friend of mine.
All right, Louis Nags, why don't you give a quick introduction? Tell all the people listening out there in the world who you are, and let's get this party started, brother. I'm super excited.
Let's get it going, man. Yeah, my name's Louis Nags. I'm a musician, I guess you could say rock musician from London, in the UK, United Kingdom, England. And yeah, I make music. I've been writing music for a long time. I also make films, and I make films for my music. So they both go hand in hand, but my music is I'd say the higher end of that passion between the two of those. And yeah, what else do you want to know?
From London, eh? From Camden?
Yeah, Camden. So yeah, born just up the road from Camden, but like Camden is the kind of nearest spot that people kind of globally recognize as a place in London. But yeah, growing up,
and you've lived there your entire life?
Yeah, so I now live more towards like northeast London. So I'm about 20 minutes from Camden now. But yeah, I've lived here all my life. Born and raised. I travel quite a lot with my work and music and things. But if it wasn't for that, I probably would have moved out of London before now. But yeah, I love it. I kind of have a bit of a love-hate relationship with London, I would say.
I have the same relationship here in New York, for sure, without a doubt.
In New York, right? I'm going to be in New York next month.
Oh, what are you doing?
Well, my good friends who are in a band called Ida, they're playing at the Mercury Lounge. They're doing 2 nights there. They're a great band. They just released their album, and I do all their music videos. And I'm just going out there for that. And I'm probably going to maybe do a little show in New York.
The sea, I see it in the moon, I see it in the water, I see it in me, I see it in you, I see it in your daughter. A will to survive, a will to thrive, a feminine order. I don't give up, I don't give up. I believe in the flow we found. Where can I go without her now? Sweat dripping off her hair and brow. She moving with the godly now. Make our way through the shifting crowd. Step away, yeah, you're not allowed. We are dancing, we don't slow down. We are dancing, we don't know how. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room. If I can bleed, I better believe in revolution. If I can speak, I better write down my own conclusion. A thrill to survive, a thrill to strive, a killer collusion. We don't give up, we don't give up. The demonic in me, I see it in the moon, I see it in the water. Definitively, I see it in you, I see it in your daughter. A call to survive, a call to revive, a feminine order. We don't give up, we don't give up. I believe in the flow we found. Where can I go without her now? Sweat dripping off her hair and brow. She moving with the godly now. Make our way through the shifting crowd. Step away, yeah, you're not allowed. We are dancing, we don't slow down. We are dancing, we don't know how. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room. I believe in the flow we found. Where can I go without her now? Sweat dripping off her hair and brow. She moving with the godly now. Make our way through the shifting crowd. Step away, yeah, you're not allowed. We are dancing, we don't slow down. We are dancing, we don't know how. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room. She's with the moon, coming into bloom. She's with the moon, feel it in the room.
I know exactly where Mercury Lounge is. I'm there all the. I grew up there.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's on the east.
Yeah, where in New York are you from then?
From Astoria, in Queens.
Cool. Nice,
Yeah.
man.
It's cool. Yeah, I've been doing this for a little bit. I mean, I've been doing music now for almost 25 years. I started a company before the Music District called Subway Records. I built the first online platform for Subway musicians, and that kind of took off. Again, it's like halftime shows at Madison Square Garden, Radio City. It was a real cool endeavor and building communities since 2002. Let's talk a little bit about your journey from cinematographer to singer-songwriter. Like, what was that defining moment that made you take a leap? Was there a leap?
I would. It's a tricky one because I started off making music when I was like, I think probably 10 or 11, because my dad took me to guitar lessons. I used to play piano. Then 10 years old, I was like, oh, Dad, I want to play guitar because I like Green Day and Nirvana, and I want to do that, not piano. But then I learned guitar, and piano has been the foundation of music for me because of seeing a piano in my head, music-wise. And so then I never stopped doing the music. I've been doing music for a long time alongside my filmmaking. And I was always in bands and doing my thing. And then it kind of came to a point where I was like, I'm loving doing the film, and the film is getting me travel all over the world and work with some really big artists. Like I got to go and film on Post Malone's Vineyard and like all this crazy shit with like do some tour dates with Metallica. So all the kind of things that I wouldn't be able to do with my music, I've been able to do with my film stuff, if that makes sense, because I wouldn't necessarily align with those artists as a support act. But over the years, I've always been doing my music, and it's kind of come to a point now, I'd say, where like my father passed away about 2.5 years ago, and that was probably the kind of key moment where I was like, okay, well, it's time to put out some of this music that I've been sitting on for a long time, and just really give it a good go, really, in his honor, and just to do it justice to myself, because played it to a few people and they're like, man, you should get this out there, and I'm doing that. So this is now the beginning of that train. So I guess that's a long way of answering your question. But
No, it's a beautiful answer. I'm sorry to hear about your father, and 2 years is like yesterday. I lost my father when I was 17 years old. So that pain, that hole that goes into your heart, and the creativity that we find within ourselves to express that hurt without tears, to be able to do that in song is a gift. But I was wondering, like, you being behind the camera, and I think you're really touching in on a lot of what Web3 represents, and it represents more than just being an artist. It's being a content creator.
Yeah.
So being behind the lens and watching all these bands, has that affected how you, not only do you present yourself, but has it affected the way that you write, hearing music so intimately from behind the lens from other artists, which a lot of artists don't have that perspective?
So it's kind of like, it's quite, it's really inspiring in that sense, I'd say. And it's kind of like, oh shit, okay. And not without sounding, I wouldn't want to sound big-headed about it, but it does make you kind of go, oh shit, okay, well, you know, if they can do it, I'll give it a go. And I think it helps to make you feel inspired in that sense, because you see it, and it's quite nice. I was
listening to a few I do a lot of due diligence, and I was listening to some of your songs from, I guess, more than 2 years ago, and then and then you have your recent songs, and you're a different artist. Do you feel that some of those personal experiences that you've gone through in the last 2 years, that you've not only grown as an artist and as a person, but do you feel like it's changed the way that you write and sound?
That's really interesting for you to say that. I mean, yeah, what stuff have you heard? Was it from way back, or like a couple of years ago?
Well, I was on your YouTube. I was on all over. I was on your Instagram. Every link I could find, I was diving in.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, thanks. I feel very honored that you've done that to start with, and that's great. And I think, I would completely say that. I think losing my father was kind of like a fundamental shift, as you can relate, really a huge shift at a time where you kind of just starting to figure stuff out in the world anyway, and then that happened. So it was a huge shift, and it kind of made me grow up overnight, I'd say, and it made me think about things differently. And it also made me think about the lyrics of what I'm talking about and the purpose of the music I'm releasing, I think, because previously I'd kind of just thrown stuff up that, you know, sounded cool, melodically nice. The lyrics were kind of lovey-dovey in some ways. But I think when you really lose someone close to you like that, there's like a deeper understanding of love, I think, and the connection to Earth even as a human. And I think that's something I didn't explore before, which I've been exploring.
There is this authenticity that I feel life has. I lost my mom as well a couple of years back.
I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, I mean, life and death, right? But energy can neither be created or destroyed, so we all live on one way or the other. So I find that when you are with these people and people that you love very deeply in their final minutes and seconds of their life, you find a lot of what they speak shines a lot of light into a perspective of life to which I didn't see through. I didn't see through that lens of that. And it's really changed. It's changed me. It's changed me. I would believe for the better. But I believe that with this authenticity that you give yourself and to the people that you spend time with, without distraction, without thought, there's a lot of power in that. And I feel like that might be a real key ingredient into creating that music. It's not writing music for people. It's writing music for yourself in the most authentic way that people cannot, that people relate to, because they're not that way, but they sometimes wish they could be that authentic with themselves sometimes. And I feel like music provides a tool for that in a whole nother realm of understanding of how, like, the psychology of music.
Everybody's falling apart, and I'm starting to get kinda sick of it. Everybody's getting disheartened. It's a part of the system we live in. Are you happy living in darkness? I'm tempted to start a fight just to be different. No, I'll stay in my place. Don't want no trouble to chase my tail while I run for the mountain. Why should I stay here and vote when I certainly won't make the slightest little bit of a difference? All politicians the same, came from Eden to waste our time and make all of our decisions. But we're falling asleep at the wheel while we keep on driving at 190. I saw a woman in the street, no shoes on her feet, while the suits keep on making their millions. Do you care? Do you care? I know a man in the crane, he used to have many names, now he's fighting on the front line of hell. But thank fuck it's not me, too scared to breathe, let alone be some kind of hero. I see a single mom with a hungry son, wondering where the hell her help's gonna come from. But there's nowhere to go, cause the banks own our homes when they mortgage you up to the eyeballs. Are you scared? Are you scared? I know I say nothing new, I'm just as bad as you, but where am I supposed to get any truth? A generation confused, why do we follow these bruises like sheep into the fires they started? While they're raising the prices of life's simple needs, I wanna run through the forest and eat from the trees. Turn off your TV, watch the moon and the sea, same. Go give as good as you get. Take your time, don't regret. Find love and just have something to say.
They can get Out Now, Friend of Mine, which I got to tell you is a great song. We're going to be featuring that music video here in Artist Spotlight and distributing that across our Web3 Music Network. A lot of your socials where people could follow you on X, Twitter, and just go to your main website, right? Which is lewisknaggsmusic.com, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, man, that's me.
Yeah, man, that's awesome, man. I tell you, I'm listening. I mean, now let's talk a little bit about, because this is a great leap, right? Where we turn passive fans into invested supporters of your music. Can we talk about like this most recent song? Is that now out as an NFT? How could people own that music and support you and go a little bit further on that journey with you?
Yeah, so I did a single at Christmas actually, which was it was for a homeless charity in the UK, which I released as an NFT. So that is available through Curios. And the single I did in January, haven't yet done an NFT, but I'm going to package up the 3 singles I do this year, which would be Everybody's Falling Apart, which is out on DSPs. You can listen to it, but and the video's on YouTube, but Friend of Mine's out now too. And then the third one, Sound of Silence, that's coming out on the 4th of April, which I'm really excited about that song actually. I think hopefully you'll like that one. That's a real cry to my father, to hope that wherever he is, he's at peace, and there's silence wherever he is. I completely agree. I think there's part of losing my dad was it was quite a beautiful experience in some ways. I know it sounds crazy, but seeing his last few minutes, and it was quite like I expected it to really freak me out and fuck me up, but it kind of made me just kind of feel peaceful and there's a beauty in that.
Yeah.
So you know, they really like the songs. I've written songs for my friends who've lost people, and so I think in terms of putting it out and going back to what you're doing here with the Web3 space, the NFT world is something that I'm very keen to move into more of. And I'll be packaging things up for people to be able to buy stuff and own it. Really, it's for them to feel that sense of ownership beyond just listening to it on a streaming platform. It's like
correct. How important is that independence to you as an artist on the front of the camera and on the back of the camera?
I think it's become more and more important, actually, especially in exploring the avenues that you could put music out. I think over the past 3 or 4 months, and in sort of getting all my music ready, it's made me realize how important it is to kind of have the control over what you put out, when, and how you put it out. And I've actually assembled a bit of a team for myself with my an A&R manager. I've got a day-to-day manager that I've got on board. I've got sort of a kind of brand kind of person that's kind of helping out a little bit, and I plug into my production company to make my videos and release them. So it's made me realize more and more that having a major record label, that we work with quite a lot of record labels as my production company. So, and they often come to us for advice on content creation and how to put stuff out. So it kind of dawned on me. I was like, well, hold on a minute. I don't need to see these as 2 separate things. It's all part of the same thing, really. So creating the music and then creating a kind of tier of content, like the music video, live sessions, live show captures, and then just day-to-day social content, I guess. It all feeds into this each release, and it kind of gives people something to have online globally, because I'm not doing loads of shows globally yet, in the process of booking some, but it's a way to connect to fans.
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
Ability to release when you want, decide what you want to release, go out and shoot something. I feel very fortunate to be able to do that, and that kind of encourages me to keep it all within my little network, really.
That's when we talk about that's a great segue here, because your songwriting process, I love the depth of. I'm a lyricist. I love lyrics, and I always listen to lyrics before. Actually, I write lyrics before even there's a melody, and I call it the Paul Revere effect. Right, where you could sing Paul Revere to essentially any good beat if the lyrics strong enough. Your songwriting process, do you start with the lyrics or do you start with a melody, or is it a concept that kind of drives you to do one before the other, or maybe both at the same time? I would love that insight, how you write.
Sure, man. Yeah, it kind of varies actually, and I think more recently, when I hooked up with the A&R manager who is kind of, well, he's part of my management network and looks after me and has been for like a year and a half now. He's been instrumental as a kind of A&R person to essentially kind of like encourage, like, oh, have you seen this in the news, or have you heard this song's wicked, like kind of encouraging like a sort of pathway for songwriting, I guess, to some degree, because I love to write, but when you've got a focus, it's like, oh great, I'll write about that. So if it's Everybody's Falling Apart, to be honest, came from collectively like a few of my really close friends and family just feeling awful about stuff that's going on in their life, and then everything that was going on in the world politically and some of the ongoing conflicts in the world. It just felt in that moment that everything was falling apart, really, and sometimes it just does feel like that.
Yeah.
And that song specifically, I just started writing down like all the things that were bothering me, like, and in that song lyrically, it was things I was seeing, like in London, the homeless problem, like someone being homeless in London when there's billionaires here in beautiful apartments. It just doesn't make sense to me. And then mothers on the street who are single mums who don't even know where they're going to be, how they're going to feed their kids sometimes. And there's just all these things that just stacked up on top of me. And then the people that we try and be, and it kind of just made me just write this list, really. And then that list, then just, I knew that it had to be simple chords and something that just allowed the lyric to breathe and could be quite repetitive and build. So that one, lyrics came first with a bit of a story and an intention for my environment. And then the chords came, and then from the chords came the building of this whole song, really. So they kind of, I'll sometimes start with the lyric, and then that might influence the chords, and then the chords help influence the lyrics and the melodies with it. And then that being said, sometimes on the other side where I'll just have a good melody and a hook or a riff that I want to write. Like with a friend of mine, it was just that little riff that I wrote a long time ago, actually, that riff. And then from that came the song, really. So, yeah.
How many songs have you written so far as an artist? Would you say like hundreds of songs, or how many songs have you written and released so far as an artist?
Well, yeah, I'd say written probably hundreds, definitely, over the years. And then in terms of released, to be honest, at the moment as a solo artist, I've only really properly released now 3, which are available online right now. Over the years, I've put out a couple bits here and there, but they're not available. They're just going to be the ones that we've got from now, really, because this is the beginning. It feels like, I know it sounds kind of mad, but it kind of is the beginning of it. As other bands I've been in a few other bands too. I was in a band called Red House Glory, which is funny because you should check it out, but it's a few of my my people online and fans, I guess you could call them, have been saying, oh wow, I haven't seen you for years. And so, yeah, really enjoying the new music. Like, I'm back and following, because around the same time when I was doing my YouTube channel stuff, like working with and getting into film, I was putting out music with Red House Glory. So even Friend of Mine actually was a song from back then with that band that I'd written years ago. So I re-recorded it, brought it back.
Ghost, another round of conversations. Ghost, another letter to my head. Go find comfort in another way. Oh, I'm gonna run away. She's bleeding for eternity.
So 10 songs. I mean, you're in the infancy still of your career. I mean, this is you're just getting started.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I've got plans to release over the next 18 months. We'll be releasing Yeah, almost like probably 15, 16 songs.
Oh, that's
So
amazing.
yeah, man. So we're working towards kind of dropping like an album, but releasing them all as kind of singles over the next 18 months and beyond, really. And then we might group it as an album, or maybe 2 EPs and 2 NFT drops of them. So yeah, I'm taking a kind of full approach to it.
Would you say that there is like one song that you've written that you feel perfectly encapsulates who you are as an artist? A song that just this is the one that represents who it is that I am.
Yeah, I feel like Sound of Silence, which is coming out next, or SOS. That feels like that song. That was because I've been writing quite a lot over the last year or so, kind of off the back of a song that I did with a guy called Charles Cave, who's the bass player of quite a big rock band in the UK called White Lies. They're pretty big in Europe and UK. I went on tour with them in the summer, and before the tour, a couple months before, I did a session with him and wrote this song called Forever Falling, and it was like, holy shit, like this feels like a good tune. And because I wrote it with him, I felt like I could say that, because I don't want to blow smoke up my own ass. So but with him, I was like, okay, cool, I've got a song. Like, I wrote it with Charles from White Lies, and it just hit me. It was like it was losing love during grief, actually. So like being with somebody and kind of just being so confused by the journey of grief that you've had to part ways with that special someone, because trying to keep that going during that time was just too tough. And that song will be coming out after Sound of Silence. But after writing that song with Charles, it kind of just, and hearing it and being like, fuck, if this is where we're going with this, I've got more songs like that in the tank. So I wrote Sound of Silence a couple months later, and then I feel like that's almost better than Forever Falling now in that way. And I've got I was in the studio with the drummer of a band called Gang of Youths. They're like an Australian band, one of my favorite bands. You should check them out if you haven't heard them yet.
Gang of Youths, yeah, I'll definitely check them out.
Gang of Youths, they're fucking amazing, man.
Cool.
And I've got a little story about that, how I came across them later. But the drummer came in the studio. I messaged him and just said, hey man, like would you want to jump on these demos that I've got? And he was like, yeah bro, of course, these sound great, like, you know, I'll jump in. So he came in and just brought because he's such an amazing drummer, he just brought the Gang of Youth sound to that track, and it's just like this driving drum beat which just gets your heart rate going, bro. It's like,
yeah.
And it was kind of written at a time when it was like coming out of a dark long winter, kind of this kind of time of year. I wrote it last year, and it was like knowing that the spring's coming, the summer's coming, and the sun's going to rise and be a longer day, and it's kind of the hope of that, I suppose. And it kind of, yeah, to answer your question the long way again, sorry, but it's the hope and the beauty in hope that comes from seeing the sunshine and knowing that the sun will always rise tomorrow, and the day will get longer in the summer, and even when it does become the winter, there will be another summer coming. And it's this kind of like cyclical thing of human nature, and leaning into that, and things that you can only really come to really value as you get a bit older, I think, or you've lived more life and you've gone through a bit more, I suppose.
That must have been an incredible experience for you. What was the biggest lesson that you took from being on the road as an artist?
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
Being on the road, I would love to hear your input as to the adoption of, or the talk, or the buzz of Web3. Is it even a conversation yet out there on the road among other artists and fans that you might have come into contact with?
Like, I actually had the privilege of hanging out with the wonderful Violetta Zeroni, who's quite a queen of the Web3 world. I don't know, have you heard of her?
Yeah, I know. I know V. She's great.
Yeah, man. So she's so I met her out in Miami when I was out there for this Art Basel event thing. And
I was out in Miami. You were out there too? We didn't cross.
Yeah, we didn't cross. Oh shit.
Yeah, I was at the. Where were you? What events?
I was kind of just hanging out with Violetta quite a bit. She invited me to a few things that I can't quite remember what they were. We just turned up.
Okay, yeah.
But I was just there on obviously just a kind of film vibe. But my buddy lives out there. He moved from London to, my childhood friend Joe. He moved out to Seattle and then he moved to Miami. So I was staying with him and just going to events and hanging out, really.
Yeah, it was a great experience just to hang out with the community outside of the PFPs. What I'm saying, like,
yeah, completely. Yeah,
100%.
and that exactly is where I've learned even more about the Web3 space. So to kind of, I guess, what you were saying about what was the word on the street there? I think a lot of artists aren't that aware of the Web3 world, and like Violetta is. So seeing Violetta, speaking to her, it was just quite amazing to see this world. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, there's a way we can harness this, because I think a lot of artists that you see on the road and who are quite well known and are able to tour, their audiences are somewhat propped up by the major label kind of system that exists, and you don't know any different because of that. And I think part of the sort of experience I had with Violetta was being like, oh shit, okay, well, you can take, a lot of artists are great motivated people that sometimes they're not always the best business people, but sometimes they are, or at least they're not given the opportunity to be, because it's just assumed that you just sign to a label, because that's how it's been for the last 70 years. And that's not to say a label can't help with some structure, some organization and some plans. But if you're planning and structured enough to release and record your own music, then going into the Web3 space to release your music and figuring out a way that you can, if it's selling off a bit of your master to your fan base through blockchain, or exploring other avenues to allow your fans to access certain parts of what you're doing as a musician or show or whatever it might be that you're trying to release, in order to keep funding it and keeping it going. I think people aren't aware of what possibilities are there, but it's growing.
Yeah, so, man, it's a work in progress for sure. And I've been now doing this for a couple of years now, and and what we're evolving into is just conversations like this with artists, intimate conversations with artists, one-on-one. I'm learning so much about what artists need and what they want and what fans want from being a part of that community. As a Web3 artist, what would you say one of the, obviously putting your music on chain is fine, utility, I get it. I don't think we're there to where we could do token gated experiences. I mean, we can do it, but I don't think the fans are there yet. I think the fans are still trying to figure out what Web3 music is and what on-chain music is and what investing in music actually means. People think because they can listen to the music on Spotify that's all they want and that's all they need. But it's being and playing a bigger role in the music that you love. And I think, to me, that is the biggest, most important thing for fans to understand. You have a living, breathing, actionable opportunity to have a one-on-one relationship with that artist and the independence and the success of that artist to which the music you love. And that's where I think the real understanding and education happens. It's turning passive listeners into invested fans. And it's so exciting here because, like you said, there's not a lot of that chatter. There's so much opportunity and promise for tomorrow, but there's still a lot of onboarding that we all need to do. And as I always say, if we could all just bring in one fan, one artist, a week, a day, or even in a lifetime, I mean, we'd be all good.
Well, this is it, man. And I think that's what's important, really. And I think also making sure that the content that you're, I guess, selling as an NFT is something that's exclusive and something that's exciting for the audience that you're building. And someone I think I read something or watched a video recently, which was really interesting, about how important it is to have a kind of somewhat of a starving audience who are hungry for your music, right? And I think by putting out regularly good music or good sessions and stuff that people can really feel like they can get on board with, and that's not to say you have to be doing stupid videos or whatever you might, to try and get attention and whatever it is, but it's kind of goes back to what you were saying about connecting with music, right? And lyrically and emotionally, if you connect with that and someone's speaking to you in a way that's like, fuck, like this is changing my life and I want to keep hearing more, then that's when you kind of access into like a different level of fan and person who probably be willing to invest in your NFT, and then they get in on something early on that might build. Or so I think I think it's those kind of fans who are really,
it's like the fan, it's the evolution of the fan. It's fandom. It's fandom. Music used to be an individual sport. With Web3, it's now become a community sport, a team effort. And it's leveraging those in your community, like me being a fan of you and me doing this for you and doing whatever I can to help you on your journey of independence, right? I think there's a lot of people like myself that want to do that. I believe in it. At least I hope that, right? But could you envision at some point like being 100% on chain? Because royalties, distribution, all of that is inherently 100% more transparent, quicker, faster, less red tape. And I believe that's where all music is going to be and go at some point. I mean, it's not if, it's when. But do you see yourself making that transition and that leap?
Yeah, I think so. And that's kind of part of the plan, actually, because I think like at the moment, because I've just kind of started the train, it's just left the station really in regards to the music releasing. The importance is kind of, well, the initial part of the plan really is to try and use the kind of traditional avenues of social media and some of the streaming platforms to kind of build a bit of an audience and even reach people like yourselves as well, Andrew, like obviously I've heard it from the internet. So you kind of have to get it out there. But yeah, in small clip forms, I've been putting out some longer songs that people can listen to basically just get on board. And then as that develops, some of the newer music, I'd like to start offering that thing of people being able to have a part of the song. Like Violetta sold a song for Bitcoin. And as you build, I think it's important to have that offering there. And I would like to move towards that really.
There's a lot of different ways to get to the end zone. And it's really finding your pocket. What is it that your music does that a lot of other artists just don't do? What is it that you're doing? Maybe not even in music and sound, or maybe in utility. One of the things I mentioned with Artist Spotlight last month, we interviewed the lead singer to a band called Mies from Toronto.
Oh, nice.
And we were talking about, Patty and I were talking about NFT utility. And I said, I don't see a lot of artists, right? Especially with utility, have just happy hours. No event, no music event, just a straight up happy hour. It's an hour, 2 hours. You come down there with your NFT. And what you do is during that time, during this happy hour, you start promoting your event at that venue in 2 weeks from that point. Letting everybody know that's in that venue right now, let's help me promote this event.
Yeah, interesting.
Right? I think there has to be we have to get acclimated again, defragmented, and repositioned to think in a new way. I don't think that that's happening a whole lot. I think we're using a lot of the old rules in a new platform, not in a new way. Yeah. The distrust in music still exists, which I don't quite understand when it's 100% fucking transparent. Now focusing on the ideas and focusing on the true talent that I see in Web3, supporting that music and doing whatever I can to heighten the music community as a whole is my sole purpose. And coming up with technology in addition to those ideas. We do something here on Web3 Artist Spotlight called Artists Promoting Artists. It's an opportunity for the artist that we're interviewing, an opportunity to share that spotlight with an artist that you feel. Now, let me say it this way. They don't have to be in Web3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Right? But they got to have some sort of X profile, right? So we could tag them and at least they could see a little bit of that love that we're shedding when sharing with them.
Yeah. Let me see if, so I've got someone who I think would be the one. So he's called Eli, but he's like Eli Singh.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to check him out and we'll share him with everybody. And I appreciate you bringing him up. Yeah, Artists Promoting Artists, I think is such a great way to sort of onboard new music into the community. There's so much talent out there. And nothing against the artists that are already in here, for sure. They're amazing. I mean, but we want to onboard, we want to grow, and we want to support. And I hope those artists that are always mentioned do just the same in supporting the new artists coming in. I mean, that's the key and a measure of their authenticity, quite honestly.
everything and I didn't waste, but I had no love to make, so I'd fantasize by my teacher's face. And he was straight, so was I gotta go, man, I wouldn't lie. About my family, now they care for me, now everything's just fine. Loosen my tie, cause I made up my mind. Run away from the missing man, I got something better than a study plan. Laces untied, I just wanna get out. At least tomorrow saves me. I don't wanna grow up, cause I got lightning running in my blood. And I don't wanna feel like I don't live up to you, but does it even matter? I'm trying to get by, but it hurts being 15 and alive. They hold me so high, I keep falling behind, cause it's harder to try with my head in the sky. Just another deadbeat saying I'll be dead meat if my mother finds out I skipped class. Cause I'd rather play guitar while I'm looking at the glass. Rather listen to bullies in a book and see you last than do nothing, cause I'm really just angry at my dad. I hate this place, I hate his face. Hate's a strong word, but I say it way too much. When the world gets me down, gotta get me out of here. I don't wanna grow up, cause I got a lightning running in my blood. And I don't wanna feel like I don't live up to you, but does it even matter? I'm trying to get by, but it hurts being 15 and alive. It hurts being 15 and alive. It hurts being 15 and alive. Yeah, it hurts being 15 and alive. I don't wanna grow up, cause I got a lightning running in my blood. No, I don't wanna feel like I don't live up to you, but does it even matter? I'm trying to get by, but it hurts being 15 and alive. It hurts being 15 and alive. It hurts being 15 and alive. It hurts being 15 and alive.
Bro, that's great, man. Thank you, Lewis.
All good, bro.
Yeah, man, I gotta tell you, let me come back in here. I appreciate you taking the time, and it's been a pleasure meeting you. I'm even a deeper and stronger fan of yours right now. So thank you so much, and I wish you nothing but positive vibes, good energy, and much success.
Thank you so much.
We'll do a revisit, and we'll check in on each other, and it's the beginning of something beautiful, and I'm excited to be on this journey with you.
Fantastic, man. Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm on board. I'm Lewis Naggs. Hey, I'm a songwriter, producer, and director. I'm here with musicdistrict.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time. So join in, listen, and enjoy.
You were just 20, looking for a place to calm your hunger. You were shaped like a dream. We both said forever, whatever that means. But I feel I'm falling, but wanted to feel alive. But when you turned 21, I was getting numb and you were getting broody, settling for the long run, but over my head on my dead body, I'm heading on alone. But why would I settle down if we're all gonna die someday, some way, somehow? All our tears have settled somewhere underground. All our heart and all our feeling, now we're a world away from where we started out our days. And I can feel your pain. The pain goes away and grief's here to stay. And we lost our love somewhere in the darkness, and now it's getting so cold. You're alone in your bed and I sold your soul. Run away and get out of here. Oh no, we're never gonna get out of here, 'cause we are forever falling, forever falling. Did I leave you hanging on? But how can I get it right if I don't get it wrong? All my love and all my feeling. Come on. Yeah. I've been losing my hold. Never thought I would feel so cold. Come on. All I need is my hope. On and on and on, just take me home. Home, and I might settle down, but I'll always leave a part of my heart in your hands. 'Cause we are forever falling, forever falling. If only I was a better man, but I lost my father just as we were making plans. I don't know where I am going, but I know where I am. I love you all. Thank you so much.
The Music District is a Web3 music discovery channel offering a broadcast service and music network that showcases the best Web3 artists and music videos. It's a platform where fans and emerging artists collaborate on a shared creative journey, driven by Web3 music broadcasting. Fan engagement with broadcasts fuels the evolution and growth of Web3 music, expanding its reach across platforms and devices. Artists gain increased visibility and global exposure, while fans become active, invested participants in their favorite artists' journey toward independence.
I'm here with
by supporting and engaging with broadcasts through shares and likes. Fans naturally boost the reach of emerging Web3 artists, driving sales for the artists while increasing the value of the music NFTs fans invest in. Think of it like the community-backed energy of PBS, mixed with the cultural buzz of MTV. Our approach is a fresh, collaborative model that pushes Web3 music discovery, growth, and artist independence through community-driven broadcasting. Subscribe to Connect.
We are
MusicDistrict.io. Discover
truly one-of-a-kind talent, Zach Klejan, hailing from Atlanta, Georgia. He masterfully blends this gritty vibe of trap music with refined sounds of his classical violin. What? One of his latest albums, On My Way, showcases this unique fusion that not only honors his roots, but also sets new boundaries in the music scene in Web3. As a classically trained violinist and passionate storyteller, Zach's performances are more than just concerts. They're immersive experiences, and with each bow stroke of his violin, he draws us into his world, where classical melodies dance with hard-hitting trap beats, creating a soundtrack that resonates with this ever-growing audience. Inspired by the likes of Lindsey Sterling, Zach doesn't just play music. He crafts a visual and auditory narrative that captivates. His innovative approach has not only elevated the genre of trap music, but it's also redefined what it means to be a performer in the digital age of Web3 music platforms. That's what we do! Month after month, all this talent's exciting! Who we have in our midst is the future of music. Zach is someone without a doubt that will be one of the biggest artists in the Web3 game. And because Web3 is relatively new, Zach has already arrived. It's Web3 music that needs to catch up with the talents and energy of some of these amazing artists. I am super excited, if you can't tell, about meeting and speaking with Zach, a absolutely extraordinary talent. So join us in the Music District for this Artist Spotlight. Yeah, I've been jumping in on your TikTok, listening to a lot of your music. I enjoy listening to you, man, and I love the energy. Real quick, so let's just start from the beginning. Our whole thing is to promote you. You're Web3, you're decentralized. We want to promote, support you, get people to learn about you outside of the platform that you traditionally promote yourself on. So you'll see for the folks at home, which they don't see here because a lot of this will be a podcast on radio. They could visit musicdistrict.io and they could see this beautiful set that we built. You are inside of a marquee, flashing lights, curtains, the whole thing. Klejan, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody around the world? Tell a little bit about yourself, and we're all ears, brother.
Man, thank you so much for having me, man.
Right on.
Appreciate y'all. Artists supporting artists, web industry supporting industry is important, and I thank you so much for having me here. Love your setup. Your brand, by the way, I was trying to say this is when I was meeting, I was like, bro, you look sick.
Yeah, man, I only put this tux on for the artist spotlights.
I love your aesthetic, man. That's great.
Yeah, man. Have you seen any of the old ones?
No, thank you for. No, I need to see it.
Oh yeah, check them out, man. We cover the best Web3 artists.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I'm honored. Thank you.
No doubt, man. 100%. I believe you are. But we want to be a part of that push to help you push you further on.
I got chills right now, man. I sincerely thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, it means a lot.
Yeah, man. I'm honored. I'm honored.
My name is Zach Klejan. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, raised in Atlanta, Georgia, trained in classical violin my whole life. I come from a family of musicians. My mom was part of that generation that was just like kind of pushing their kids to do music, and I was like forced to play violin from the age of 3. I didn't have a choice. It was like a chore I had to do every day, and I grew up not loving the instrument, which was tough. But what I did fall in love with in Atlanta is hip hop. It was all we would listen to. It was all we would talk about. It just became like a big passion of mine. And then I started to write raps to kind of express some of the trauma I was going through at home with some other things in my personal life. But hip hop was there for me, and it gave me a voice like when I felt like I didn't have one. And so I knew it was something I wanted to do for the rest of my life. But anyways, I got a business degree. I put the music aside. I was like, let's go to college. Let's get some tools under our belt that we can maybe use later on, and at least give us a solid basis to stand on while we figure things out. So I got a marketing degree, I got an international business degree, and a minor in digital marketing and Chinese language and literature. Again, my mom forced me to take Chinese. I moved out to LA, worked corporate a few years, and then saw this lane to get back into music, to do something unique. And I saw what Lindsey Sterling did. I don't know who Lindsey Sterling is.
Yeah, I looked her up, and I see that you did some things with her as well on tour.
Man, I still can't believe it. But yeah, she's the Beyonce of the violin world. That's how I describe it. Yeah, so I saw what she did. She basically did it she's like the biggest violin artist in the world because she dances and plays violin to like modern pop production music and like EM music. And so she's doing something no one's done before, and she's doing it in a really unique way and doing it massively well. And I just saw that and I was like, okay, I think I can do that for hip hop and violin. I think like people have touched on hip hop violin, but no one's ever like gone into really like rapping and playing violin and like doing it focused around trap music, which is like what trap music is, a subgenre of hip hop. If anyone doesn't know, it's such like a genre of hip hop birthed in Atlanta and some other cities. That lane, I was like, let's go for it. And I started making music, and pandemic came, didn't have my job anymore. And I was able to just like hone in and just like learn how to create songs A to Z, like and be an independent artist A to Z. And then did a lot of that, started bringing up my catalog, making as much music as I could, TikTok, started posting them there.
You're killing it on TikTok. Before we get to TikTok, I had a quick question. I understand that starting from when you were a kid, right? Like, I think I read something along the lines of your father played the fiddle, and so did your grandmother.
Yeah, my dad played the violin. My grandfather was a concert pianist, and my great grandmother was another violinist in Austria.
Did you ever have a chance to play with them both?
I did. I actually, one of my music videos called Focus, there's a clip of me playing with my dad and my grandfather. So yeah, growing up, we got to play together. That was cool.
Right. So high school orchestra kid from Atlanta. Now you are out in LA?
Now I'm out in LA, man. After I graduated school, I got an opportunity to do a business internship out here. And this had always been like a dream destination for me with like my music career. I was like, man, maybe I'll go out to LA someday and pursue this thing for real. And then the business led me there. I didn't even have to look for it. It led me there. And then moved out here for a summer, fell in love with California, and went back to school for a victory lap semester, and then moved out to LA full time to figure it out. And we've been here 8 years.
Wow, man. Good for you. You made the leap.
Made the leap, bro. And it was the best thing I've ever done, for sure.
Situation is, it's scary for anybody looking to make that leap into independence. And so if there's something that we could project and put out there into the world, is just go for that. Go where the energy is, I think. I mean, like you said, and once you do that, I find synchronicity kind of starts to hit you in ways that it's never hit me before. The artist that I'm going to spotlight, I don't worry about it. I know that artist will come to me somehow in some way, whether it's through a TikTok. I call it that whole red Corvette effect. Have you ever heard of that?
No. And then I'll tell you about the green light effect.
All right. You first. I got to hear the green light.
Well, the green light coined by Matthew McConaughey, and it's been told in other phrases before, but it's just the sense that if you are experiencing a lot of green lights, like synchronicity, like things are happening well as they should, like keep doing that, like keep pushing into that. Red lights, you kind of like, if things like aren't working consistently, like that's maybe something you should readdress and redefine. And and then yellow lights and stuff. But green, if you see green lights, like those are things you want to follow. Green lights. And if you're in tune with what you're doing in the universe, like you're gonna see green lights. What's the Corvette effect?
Yeah, well, on the green light, even when the light's green, sometimes it does turn red, and I find that no matter how dedicated you are to the craft, it needs space. You need to walk away from it, give it space.
That's important too. Burnout's Burnout's a real damn thing.
You could turn those red lights into greens. I had gone on a meeting. Somebody's like, Rollo, how many red Corvettes did you see on your way here? And I'm like, what? I'll give you $100 for every red Corvette you saw. And I said, I didn't see any red Corvettes. He's like, well, tomorrow, if we were to meet for lunch, how many red Corvettes do you think you would see on your way here? Now, the funny thing is, I'm telling my son in the car this story. As I'm telling him this story, we get cut off by a red Corvette.
Crazy.
It was epic. I should call him in here, get him to like vouch for me, because it was just out of this world. Now, the reality of, I think, the perspective of which he was helping me become more aware of is that, like red Corvettes, opportunity is all around us, and you just have to be open to it and aware of them. Those green lights are always on, because of you're always recognizing those red Corvettes along the way. You're not sleeping through thoughts and missing those opportunities. Yeah. So talk to me about, let's just jump right into it, because I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on this whole Web3 thing, man. We're real early, and I want to have like an interesting conversation, and a lot of this conversation is not going to be based on something of other conversations that I've had in other artist spotlight interviews. But so this is a new question, and the integration of like this whole blockchain technology, decentralization platform, it's influencing not only the distribution of how artists are distributing their music, but it's really also changing the very essence of not only artistic expression, right, and the relationship between artists and the audience, but what I also think it's changing is what we understand a fan to be.
I love this question.
Everybody hates record labels. Everybody hates them. I don't. The reason why is because artists took the shortcut. What they did is they bought themselves a following, and they basically bought themselves out of a community. And so when you buy a following, it's not the same as a community. And so it's the essence of your tribe, right, is essentially black and white from what your following would be versus what the community is for you in Web3. So as much as we're redefining who we are as artists, I think fans are now starting to redefine who they are in this grand scheme of this ownership. It's such an interesting, beautiful evolution of it all, but it's really taking on this whole new dimension. Now, you've been obviously in Web 2. What would you say your relationships were with your fans in Web 2 versus what your community is now in Web 3? Have you experienced a little bit of a shift in relationships with your fans jumping over to Web 3?
It's an interesting question. And I like that you brought up fanship, because I do think that what the essence of what that has been and what it is now and what it's going to be is shifting. And I think Web3 does a really good job at spotlighting that in its ability to connect you and have them feel ownership in a way that's one-on-one. That's what I think the future of fanship is one-on-one interaction, one-on-one connection. And so Web2 does an amazing job at that. And the thing is, for Web2 doesn't do a terrible job at it either. There are some platforms that have made it better. So for me personally, like I still am finding my Web3 expanded community, because I brought my Web2 community over with me to Web3.
That's amazing.
That was one of my goals. That's like, obviously, like we as artists, and what we want as people in this industry, what we want to convert people from Web2 to Web3, or at least show them.
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
So for me, I brought my community over. So I got my squad who would never have gone to Web3 for another 10 years.
Wow.
Are over there with me and finding new ways to support me that go beyond the ways that Web2 do. So that is nice. But there's still so much more that we can do to get it there. but yeah, as far as my community versus Web 2 versus Web 3, I come from a unique perspective that I brought my community, and anyone I've met in Web 3 that I'm building this. I still am building a community here in Web 3. I feel like outside of the community that I brought. So, but what I would say is the difference is that they're just more spread out across the world. I mean, it's just more like, like I feel like it's just a way easier way to connect with people who are outside of your normal realm of life. Like most of my community on Web 2 and that I brought to Web 3 is American based for people I found on TikTok. Not that TikTok is just America, but it focuses that it shows most of your stuff to your area. But Web 3, just the accessibility of everybody from all over the world to be able to tap in and connect.
I believe that. I believe technology is playing such a tremendous role in cultivating and nurturing our communities. Hence the use of TikTok, which wasn't around not too long ago, but the emerging of that tech now allows us to connect with our community in a way that's never been done before, establishing those deeper relationships. Having to onboard your Web 2 fam, that's amazing. Honestly, kudos, bro. There's not a lot of people that I've spoken to in Web 3 that has been able to do that. The question is, have you had some sort of NFT release or anything along those lines of selling your music? You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So I started releasing music NFTs on Sound XYZ last year. We sold out our first 4 releases on the same day of their release, which was cool. And then this last release, I still have some NFTs available.
I'm going to buy one.
I would be honored. If you bought one.
Without a doubt. I promise I will. That's my word.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the plan is to make it very valuable for you someday. So I hope you do. I have my next release this Friday. So
awesome. Do you have a music video with that?
This release, or just in general?
No, this release.
What am I releasing next? I have a music video out for the song. Yeah.
Send it.
Yeah.
You're gonna be super excited, and I hope the people watching are as excited to experience this as we are together. Now, so how long you been in Web3 now? 2-3 years?
Dude, so I put my foot in last year. I mean, it's been about a full year in Web3.
Okay.
Maybe a little over. So that was like I'd always been, it's been on my radar for years before that. But last year was really like my intention for 2023 to like dive in as much as possible and really like do what I can to push the industry and push the art over there. And so, yeah, the whole past year has been amazing in that sense, man. It's just been, what a warm welcome. People like you seeing me and stuff. It's been incredible community.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, for a lot of the artists and fans and who are listening around the world, being in Web3 for a year, what kind of challenges have you faced in integrating into Web3 that you found daunting to begin with? Then maybe after you learned how to do it, it might have not have been as daunting as you thought, or any sort of hints or direction to inspire those listening to get into Web3?
So for me, I was definitely nervous to like release my first music NFTs for a few reasons. Had no idea really about like the specific tech behind it and the deal with contracts and smart contracts and the deal with like people are saying you're supposed to sell out really fast and
expectations, they'll kill you.
And all these, and people, there's going to be reasons to be hesitant to take that risk. But what I found was that we're still in such an early stage in this, like, and even if we weren't, like, release your art. That's what I tell people. Just release your art. You make it, you market it, your audience will find you. You will find your tribe. But don't hide your art away. Don't be afraid to put it out there in different means. It's detach yourself kind of from the end result. A lot of artists talk about this. Just detaching themselves from not the end result, but just detaching themselves from the results along the way. Like, don't just put your stuff out there. That's the biggest thing I could say. Like, and figure it out. Like, put your stuff out there and do it a little better the next time. Yeah. For anyone thinking about like coming into Web3, like, there are platforms that make it accessible. Like, it's still early. Like, you're gonna find some tech that makes it not as accessible, but they're out there. Look for them, talk to people, and just, if you are interested in it, go get into it, figure it out. Like, and if you're not interested in it, you should be interested in it, because it's gonna change the world.
I think you nailed it. Like, there's so much less to lose because of the transparency and fairness of the blockchain. Right. Have you been able to navigate some of the complexities of monetization with maybe a collaboration you did, and how you executed somewhat of a contract to have that transparency of that collaboration on the blockchain?
Yeah,
so
me and the boys went to Vegas for a Breathe convention. We ended up like spending like half a day in the hotel room. Someone brought their music equipment, and we just like all popped in there and did a cipher for like 8 hours. It was fire. We're all rappers who went Web3, and we made the beat on the spot with the violin, and we all just took turns spitting, and we ended up like releasing on the blockchain. The splits, this is how it's gonna work. Here's the details. You're in, and we're in, and it was seamless. We were we don't know, but we like to joke and say that we were one of the first rap ciphers in Web3, like to release. So
that's great. What is that? And what is the name of that?
I don't. Off the Strip. Yeah, it's Off the Strip.
Off the Strip. Okay, cool.
It would, in Web2, to like, I don't know, to like get all of these things right, all the splits and everything, like it would have been way more complicated. Web3 was just very seamless. So like, hopefully we do see more collabs like that, and it just fosters like more art, which would be.
And what platform did you use to do those splits?
Sound. I think we did everything through Sound.
Sound does that too? See, I use One Of.
No.
Yeah, One Of. I use One Of. The gas is low. I mean, if this gas gets any higher, I mean, we're going to go back to USD and just back to digital MP3s. But it's just unfair to the community of fans that are supporting you to be charged like $15-20 for gas. There's platforms, obviously it started with, like, for me, my understanding, like Polygon had like less gas fees, but then there's other platforms that don't charge fees at all. So one of the platforms, I actually released a song not too long ago. I'm a writer, a ghostwriter, and I released my first one. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but it's fine. I'll send it to you. You'll hear it. Yeah. So One Of is one of the platforms that I released my music on. I don't really consider myself an artist where I want to become a bigger one. I just want to be able to express myself. I want to be able to put my words down to a beat. Yeah. I'm so happy in my life right now. I'm thankful for all of that, and I'm not chasing anything. I'm just in a place of creativity and expression, and it feels beautiful, bro.
Keep pushing that. If it feels that way for you, man, you keep lean into that.
That's the energy I want to come and I want to share with people, even through this conversation. I want to share that energy and that vibe to invigorate and even resuscitate some of the people who might need a little bit of that positivity in their life. What kind of Web3 platforms do you foster community to engage with fans beyond the traditional social platforms right now? Are you outside of Sound XYZ? Are you on like any sort of like Spatial, Decentraland? I guess X would be a Web3 platform, which you are active on. TikTok, which absolutely incredible. You're approaching 1 million followers. Let's just jump. Yo, a million followers. Now, this is really interesting because I think there's a lot of artists who I find the psychology very interesting on all Web 2, Web 3, and life itself, right? We think in boxes, right? We live in a house that's shaped like a box. We eat at kitchen tables that are shaped like a rectangle. We sleep in a bed that's a square. We go to a cubicle where we work all day on a train that's shaped like a box. And so people are very boxed in. I see a lot of people really not thinking outside of the box or really extending themselves outside of their comfort zones, to which there could be a great more level of success for them, right? I've been doing this now for about 2.5 years. And in the beginning, I was metaversical, I guess. I jumped from Decentraland to Spatial to Meta to Infiniverse. I was all over these platforms. And what I did realize is that there was no cross-pollination. It was Yankees versus Mets. Decentraland's Decentraland people, communities, Spatial community, the Infiniverse, the VR. People got comfortable on a platform, and there was very little crossover. When you are able to... right. It can't be. Well, right. So, but here we are in Web 3, and that psychology is still very, very present in that box thinking, whether you are on Sound XYZ. People don't like... I mean, what are your reasons why you wouldn't release a particular NFT on multiple platforms and you would choose just one? I'm curious to know.
Yeah. I'm definitely, and I'm open, and I have released music on other platforms. It's already too much going on.
Yeah.
Just releasing on one platform is enough, like, to figure out, like, I don't need to, like, and it adds extra steps for the fans too. Well, but it also gives new fans in that platform the opportunity to get that in their thing. But it's just like, for me, like, I'm waiting until they all do connect. I don't know, because I think that's the future. I'd like to think that I see what you're saying.
Follow, like,
that,
and subscribe by visiting
we are getting that psychology already
musicdistrict.io.
here in Web3, but I mean, like, man, I don't know. Part of the reason why I believe in it so much is because I think it's going to connect everything. So, like, I gotta have faith that we figure it the fuck out.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I'm just gonna focus on what I can control and what's going well for me, and I also like Sound. Their UI UX has been the best for me. There's arguments for both ways to do it. There's like most things, there's no like real right or wrong way.
You're right. They call it the blockchain, and it's in the word itself that you hope at some point we are all connected.
That's what we're doing. I thought that's what we're doing.
Yeah, but the humanity of it's going to play a way bigger role than the corporate, right? It's decentralized. I mean, I think there has to be more people talking about how important of a role we play inside of this Web3, because there are no corporations here that are going to run this world. Inside of Web3, it's gonna be us. So we need to have this awareness and this presentness of mind to know that we have to keep driving forward the blockchain. Right? So at some point, we are all essentially connected as one, as in life itself. It is a lot. The tech, the platforms, but I think mental health is an important aspect of success. How do you prioritize your self-care amidst your busy schedule?
Yeah, it's a good question. Was giving myself like a day a week or a day every 2 weeks to just like prioritize that and just do things I love that aren't work, and just relaxing and being in nature, just like putting emphasis on that. So just like as much as you schedule out the rest of your life, schedule in mental health time. And like that's why I'm sighing and stuff, is because that shit is not easy to fucking maintain. Like you want to like, it should be, because it's you're not even, you can do whatever you want, but it's like there's always going to be something to do. There's always going to be work to be done. There's always going to be a way to keep pushing what you're trying to do. But sometimes, like you said, like it is best to that it will help you push yourself further by giving yourself that space and treating your health like it should be treated, a priority. When you need it, take the time, take the space, and even if you don't need it, you probably do. And so just like prioritize it, like just push it.
I would think a lot of people in Web3 struggle with it. I put screen time on my iPhone and I deleted it like within a month in. I just couldn't see those numbers anymore. I was just like, Jesus Christ. But I hear you. I think, and to that point, again, it's creating that space between what it is you love. Like anything else, even like in relationships, you got to give each other space and respect, and it eventually evolves in the most beautiful way. But that's a big point. Give yourself space. There's no rush here. If you're destined to do and be whatever it is you're destined to be, who it is you are, then all your energy and attention should be focused on your health. The fact that you are involved in giving back to the community a whole lot.
I definitely, when I can, it's something I love to do.
Yeah, can we talk a little bit about that and why that sort of organizations and communities that you attach yourself to are so important? So we could bring a little bit of attention to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, for example, this is how I incorporated with Web3. I put like in the contract, like if you all half these proceeds, then like that's gonna be continuous, like now, which is great. Is going to this nonprofit called Partnership for Domestic Violence in Atlanta, Georgia, which is where I'm from. And it was not only important to me, but also to like, this was actually a nonprofit suggested by one of my fans. I got to ask them what they feel are important to them, like in my Discord. And this was one of the options that resonated with them and with me. Some of the troubles I mentioned growing up, that the trauma I experienced that helped me want to write raps. Like I experienced domestic violence in my home growing up. And so this community, this nonprofit helps address that and find safe havens for people who are experiencing that and give them the help that they need. So, and we raised like $500 on Christmas to give to that organization to help them. And that's through the music NFT sale. So it's anytime it just seemed like I said, if I can, I will, I want to. So it's Christmas, I'm releasing NFTs. It seemed like a good opportunity to help people and also push Web3.
What's the name of the foundation?
Partnership Against Domestic Violence.
Out and get some people to donate that. That'll be on musicdistrict.io. So those people listening at home, they could jump on that website and make a donation to that beautiful cause. I mean, I love it. I love it. Beyond music, because I know a lot of what we talk about is really all around about music, but what are some of the other passions and hobbies you have that are driving you? Because, I mean, there's a lot of energy, man, that you bring to that stage. Like, it's electric fun. I mean, it's electric, bro. You don't see it often. I firmly believe in you. 100% believe in you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank
you. I have so much I want to do with my production value for performances. Like I'm excited you can see the energy now, because like I'm about to 10x it if I can. Like
all right, let's go.
I'm about to go on my first tour, and just like I'm just trying to see where this evolves. Like I want high production value for my stage performances, and I want to collab and bring in a bunch of other artists, and I want an orchestra behind me. Like, so like I appreciate you seeing the vision. Yeah, right. Like at least the quartet. To be honest, bro, like what really drives me to like do everything I'm doing and just like push myself so much is just a promise I made to myself as a kid, man. Like when I was just going through some of the stuff, like it kept me alive, promising myself that like I would make everything I experienced worth it. I'd make like my adult life as dope as I possibly could. So like that promise to myself is really like what drives me on the inside, and just like to my inner child, just like I'm gonna really go for it. Like, and that's also just partnering with my beliefs of like, if you're gonna do something, like really do it. Like go all, if you want to, like if you really want it, like go in 100% if you can. You feel me? Like push for it. So I want to see what the ceiling is on this thing. I'm so curious. When I started rap violin, I was like, okay, like maybe I'll get some fans. Maybe I'll get a little fans. I don't know. Maybe people will fuck with it.
There's an artist who I know, Sammy Arriaga.
Yeah, shout out Sammy. Love Sammy.
So he always says that his father basically said, why don't you just do keep to your roots and do a Spanish translation of some of these popular songs.
Yeah.
And he ended up doing that on TikTok.
Blew up.
It blew up.
That was his dad's idea. I didn't know that. That's dope.
Yeah, it was his dad's idea. And I just was just I just saw him in New York during NFT NYC. And he also said something about and I sat there in the audience listening, and I was by myself, but I saw a bunch of people who I knew, which was awesome. But he's like, if you believe in something and you're good at something, or you're doing something different, right? Whether it's Spanish songs of popular renditions, trap, violin, you know what I'm saying? Or something even like the Music District, things that have never existed before. And you know it. And there's going to be good days. And this is for everybody with the talent and idea. There's going to be good days, and there's going to be even worse days. You know? But to know that every day you get a chance to make it just a little bit better. Don't give up. Keep going. And I think that's really the secret sauce of it, and not letting anything around you pull you down, which whether time or reactions or responses or viewership or whatever. I was having like a couple of weeks ago personal. I mean, I was just like, man, it's a lot of work. You know, we're not really getting the viewership. Last week, we got 2,500 live viewers on one of our streams. Not a space stream. And I was just like, my God, like that was insane. Shout out to Pigeons of New York. We did a music thing for them, and it just absolutely was mind-boggling. Now, this comes from a week before that, where we hit 500, and it went literally from like 50 to 500 to 2,500 in less than 30 days. Just when I'm like, oh, God. And the thing is, you gotta just, you gotta be honest to yourself. You have to be honest to yourself. You can't, the way that it ends up being is, and the feeling that you are longing for will always be on a different timeline of any sort of reaction that you're expecting from something that you do in real time. And I think it's important to really keep focused, as much on yourself and what you're building and what you're doing, because what you're doing is absolutely fucking incredible, brother. It's going to be such a fun ride together, man. And we're here to support, anytime, we built an actual virtual performance stage for the Music District. So anytime you want to have a virtual concert, you want to post it up there, you want to offer your fans a deeper experience rather than a 2D on a Twitch, or even if you wanted to take a TikTok, we could take your TikToks and I could take your TikTok live streams. I can embed them inside of the Music District, and we can include a link, right, for your followers and your fans to go in, where we could then have like your NFTs, your websites. We could have this huge screen, engagement, interaction, really taking it off of that 2D sort of realm, bringing it into that 3D and 4D realm. Yeah. Because the platform essentially that we are on, it's not the most popular. It's spatial. There's really not a lot of people on it. But I don't care. The reason why I'm on it is because it's most accessible.
Mm-hmm.
You can get through it on your mobile, you can get through it on your desktop, and you can get through it on your Oculus. There's not a lot of platforms that could do it. So shout out to Meta Mike. He's my world builder. He did a great job, man, with this thing. It's absolutely incredible. It's literally a district. There's buildings and apartments. We can do giveaways. I think we should do something like that. That could be a lot of fun. It would help me, and it would also help you as well.
I would love that. I mean, any chance to cross-pollinate Web 2, Web 3, any chance, we need to do it.
Yeah, no doubt. So just a few more questions. I know we got just a little bit while, but I'm going to wrap it up because I don't want to go longer than an hour. And it's been, see how fast this shit is?
You vibe it.
Yeah, this is what it is, man. I love it. We do something here in the Music District recently with my last interview with Emma Miller. Emma Miller?
I know that name.
She's beautiful piano. She's from Scotland. Beautiful. We did. That was our artist spotlight last month was with Emma. We put into place something where we ask an artist a recommendation of an artist that they would like to promote in Web3 that might not be as popular or known in the space, that could use a little bit of a support. And we would like to shout them out along inside of our broadcasting and inside of these artist spotlights on your behalf. Is there an artist that in Web3 that you would like to show some love and to promote and support?
Yeah, man, maybe that would be cool. A-Rob Music, man. A-Rob, Palestinian rapper. I made Look at Me Now with him. I made one of my hits with him. Super talented.
I wonder if I make you proud. Following dreams like your favorite content creator. I promise my mama I'll make it. That woman the queen. The grind of my father been embedded in me since I was a teen. Mashallah, I mean, that's what they say to me now. What you expect from the boy? I pop on their feed. They all wanna hate on me now. Why you disrespecting the boy? That's just confirmation that I'ma win. The beat getting beat up, I'm violent. I'm smooth like I'm C on the violin. I try, if I fail, I'ma try again. No denying it. I know I was built for this. I would die, I would kill for this. I showed them 1,000 times I'm about this life. I don't know how they still forget. Through the LA in the big C. Everything I do is big heat. Everything I do is miskeep. Making big moves, keep them discreet. 100 new connections this week. Making flips like a Misty. Eyes stacked up against me. Told them miss me. Mama, look at me now. I used to crash on the couch. Now I got cash in the bank. Look at me now. She didn't want me around. Now she begging me to stay. Look at me now. Nobody knew who I was. Now everyone screaming my name. Look at me now. I couldn't look at myself. Now I see the mirror and say, look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I wonder if I made you proud.
Hey, Rob, you gonna be first to rock. Everybody got to select their beats. Torch, turn those other mics down, way down for me, way down. I only want A-Rob's mic to be heard, okay? DB, drop that beat on him.
Let's go, we here, baby. A-Rob, A.R.O.B.
12-4 on the track.
Y'all ready? Look. Middle Eastern from the east side of the United States. I walk in, rappers masquerade, they start to hide their face. On my own accord, I told Honda, never mind the brakes. Pedal to the metal, there's a dream that I've chased since I was like 16, rocking Miss Skeen. Now I got enough flow to make whiz clean. No big label, big budget, a big team. Still I get stream from Honolulu to Janine. The aim pristine, never shoot and miss. Money in stocks, I don't care for shoes and whips. Listen to him spit, how could you resist? Rap blew a kiss, I fell in love with the music biz. Now I make the whole world stand up. It's ludicrous. Who is this? That's what they all ask when they hear the ball spaz. The summer's on, tell them to fall back on their head like a ball cap, cause they all cap. With that false rap, I ain't on that. I promise it's all fact. Never told a lie in the booth, that's why I'm the truth. No use denying the proof. I'm fly as a goose. Might head south for the winter. Treat the devil like the professor. In and out my defender. I'm past due. I scarf down beats like fast food. I'm like a lonely fat dude on the couch eating dinner. It's A-Rob or A.R.O.B. Some of y'all know me. If you don't don't, I promise you're about to remember. I'm not done. I'm the nicest this year. We got different prices. A-Rob on all continents, platforms, and devices. Million rappers are out there. I promise they're nothing like this. A sure bet as I type this. A corset is my tightness. A purebred shepherd in the room full of lap dogs who only act hard on their laptops. Have friends since the blacktop. Did me like a phone that you trap off. Now they see me and cover up they face like a mascot. That's your ass fault. I'm on the road to greatness, switching cities like the Oakland Raiders. This ain't nothing. I'ma show you later. No debating. I've been a wizard. This shit since rolling papers. Independent. I don't own no labels. I don't own no favors. Who's that? Whipping a matte black Impala. Why would I load up all this diesel into a Honda? Breaking down trees. I got a room full of sawdust. Applaud us. You might not believe in the dream, but God does. What's up, Sway? What's up, Rizzo?
Hey, Rob. Got busy.
Hey, Rob, first to pitch. What you think, Rizzo?
Yeah. Sharp blade right there. Sharp blade.
So one of the last questions is if you could impart one piece of wisdom to your younger self and to maybe the younger ones out there, or maybe even the older ones who are looking to jump into Web3, looking to make this magic happen for themselves, what would it be?
Looking to get into Web3 specifically.
Well, not really. It could be as personal. I mean, look, this is a very personal question. So, for example, if I were to tell my younger self, and I've never asked myself this question, so I'm actually asking myself this question for the first time now. I would say, no matter how bad it gets, keep your head up.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's always not another day. It only takes just another moment to make it a brighter day.
Yeah. I love that.
It doesn't have to be another day. It could be just a perspective, a shift. And it's hard because as you evolve and as you get older, you just don't have it. Some people never get it. But that shift in perspective for me has changed my life.
Yeah.
I feel I've never been so more authentic to myself.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah. And
in that same sense, my advice would be that to think outside of the box, to try to find ways to shift your perspective, and think outside the box, man. If I had told myself growing up that I could have played the violin in a different way that I loved, I would have had a completely different experience of 10,000 hours of my life hating every second growing up playing this instrument. I just thought differently and be like, oh, why don't I tell my mom, like, I don't want to learn Tchaikovsky's symphony. I want to learn Eminem. I'm like, let me play some shit I love. I might have had a different experience. So perspective is everything. And just to piggyback off that, life comes in waves too, man. Like there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, and there's beauty in both the ups and the downs. That one, there's not the other. So keep your head up, like you said.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I love it. I love that. Next month, it'll be on Alexa, Google, and Siri. So
cool.
Yeah. We're going to broadcast that out. It's going to be a lot of fun. And so for those people who are listening, again, you could go online, musicdistrict.io, see this actual video that's taken place that you guys are listening to.
Thank you for everything you're doing at Music District. Seriously, on behalf of artists, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, my friend. And thank you so much. Nothing but positive vibes and good energy all around you. And I'm sure we'll be speaking soon again.
Thank you for the time as well.
No doubt, buddy. Peace and love. Stay positive.
I'm Clay Jean, a trap violinist, songwriter, and producer. I'm here with musicdistrict.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time.
Look, I'm in charge. Ain't trying to flex, I'm just here to set the bar. Don't take a rest, you look pressed, how bizarre. Thought you was pulling strings, but that ain't who you are. I'm in charge. pulling strings. If that ain't who you are, I'm in charge. Charge. Ain't trying to flex, I'm just here to set the bar. Don't take a rest, you look pressed, how bizarre. Bet you was pulling strings, if that ain't who you are, I'm in charge.
The Music District is a Web3 music discovery channel offering a broadcast service and music network that showcases the best Web3 artists and music videos. It's a platform where fans and emerging artists collaborate on a shared creative journey, driven by Web3 music broadcasting. Fan engagement with broadcasts fuels the evolution and growth of Web3 music, expanding its reach across platforms and devices. Artists gain increased visibility and global exposure, while fans become active, invested participants in their favorite artists' journey toward independence. By supporting and engaging with broadcasts through shares and likes, fans naturally boost the reach of emerging Web3 artists, driving sales for the artists while increasing the value of the music NFTs fans invest in. Think of it like the community-backed energy of PBS, mixed with the cultural buzz of MTV. Our approach is a fresh, collaborative model that pushes Web3 music discovery, growth, and artist independence through community-driven broadcasting. Subscribe to connect. MusicDistrict.io discover
broadcast at a time.
This month's Artist Spotlight, we shine a light on a remarkable talent who exemplifies the spirit of Web3 music. Her work not only reinvigorates our faith in the future of music, but also redefines the transformative power of artistic expression on fans and communities worldwide. Her career is a testament to her enduring impact on creativity, resilience, and her remarkable spiritual energy. This month, we spotlight Cali Speedway.
I'm Kelly Speedway, singer, songwriter, producer, director, and I'm here with the MusicDistrict.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3 one broadcast at a time.
This month's Artist Spotlight, we shine a light on a remarkable talent who exemplifies the spirit of Web3 music. Her work not only reinvigorates our faith in the future of music, but also redefines the transformative power of artistic expression on fans and communities worldwide. Her career is a testament to her enduring impact on creativity, resilience, and her remarkable spiritual energy. This month, we spotlight Cali Speedway, aka Ghetto Alien, a multi-talented songwriter, rapper, singer, screenwriter, producer, director, truly a Jill of all trades. Her path is illuminated by a deep connection to her creative spirit, Ghetto Alien, her guiding force leading her from her early days at the Cleveland School of Arts to her current success in the music and entertainment industry. Her music is one of faith, perseverance, and a relentless drive to share her unique gifts and her energy with the world. So don't miss this Artist Spotlight, where we are going to shower all who watch this spotlight with remarkable, positive, energy that will transcend across platforms and all major devices. Enjoy this exclusive one-on-one interview in the Music District as we delve into this inspiring story of Cali Speedway, aka Ghetto Alien, on this month's Artist Spotlight.
I do not stand in no lines. All of my shoppers aligned. Give me the VIP. Don't need my jewelry to shine. I don't need my jewelry to shine.
Don't let them
All of my
catch us.
shoppers
They
aligned.
hate free thinkers
I
like
got an
us.
eye on my mind.
They know I'm a Mac, but they PC me without 3 eyes. Then you can't see me out of test tube. I ain't talking TV, just invest you. That's the best collegiate, that's the highest up. And you gon' receive it, get to your point. Like a Chiefs TP smoking your joint. You a higher being, let that hate go. It is so freeing.
Is we free or what? Still got that stick by your gut. Still got the whips and big butts. Still rubbing salve on deep cuts. I know this sound like deep cuts, but we gotta get the message out. I pledge the music I've been devout. They can't break me, but I am
Bending now, guess my agenda's out. I think you should bow down. Got a big head like they said, but it fit the
free
crown.
from my past hell back when Kanye rocked that pastel.
It's just gay now, had to drop the con. I'ma cause a scene at the compass guy. Hit my
pipe up, that's what I be on. Then I light up like a silent phone.
But don't call me nigga if your vibe is wrong. I walked up like a pedestrian.
You know where you going?
Yep.
You know I'm going up.
If you beneath me, we can't keep in touch. I'ma talk my shit a little, not much.
Gotta put my city on. Brown ain't the only one good in the clutch.
Money I touch, never's too much. Luther said it best, we gone off with cuffs.
Game ain't prepared, we gone off the cuffs.
Oh, Cali! Can you hear me?
Yo, what's good?
How
You know,
are
I'm-
you?
I'm running late and all that, but
Nah, it's okay. I am becoming such a huge fan of yours, you know, and just learning about you just only a few weeks ago to where I am right now and listening to your music. It's amazing how fast music could change the world.
I appreciate you. I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, man. So I want to thank you so much taking time. This is Artist Spotlight. Every month, what we do is we feature the best Web3 artists that are up and coming, basically allocating our resources, our energy, and our time to get you further out there, you know,
It's
because we
dope.
100% believe in you.
That's dope. That's dope. And it's awesome to hear. Thank you for having me on.
I did a lot of research, you know, as much as I can on you, because I see that it goes all the way back to like 2020. But before I start getting into it, because I'm really excited, I am. Could you tell? Why don't you tell the world that's listening on all devices? Now we are on Alexa, all the smart devices, Alexa, Amazon, Fire TV. We're inside of the Decentraland Metaverse, all thanks to our partners, you know, Vita TV, Metaverse Radio, IMU TV. And this network is community-driven, hence Web3. And it's by working together that we are coming together in the effort to promote independent artists like yourself. So quickly introduce everybody that's listening and let them know who you are.
I am Cali Speedway. I am a rapper, singer, songwriter from Cleveland, Ohio originally. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia now, and I've been doing this for a while. Screenwriter, producer, all around creative, to be honest. I love creativity. I love creative people. I love music. I love words. And I try to do as much as I can on each project that I produce. And that's me in a nutshell. I go by the Ghetto Alien. I can't leave that out, but you'll see.
Let's talk about it, right? So Cali Speedway, Ghetto Alien. Tell us a little. What's the AKA for? Tell me.
Well, the AKA, also known as, and I just got to be true to my true species. I'm not from this planet. I'm from a whole nother place. But, you know, I'm being well received here on Earth, and I appreciate it.
Right on. I feel you. I vibrate at that same motion. But yet we are tethered to our, our human device or devices. I understand you also did some voiceover work, which I really
Yes.
want to talk about next, and even filmmaking. So, yeah, man, you're incredibly diverse. How do you balance these creative outlets, and how do you focus on one over the other?
You know what? Balance is important, but what I try to do is go with what's driving me when I get up. So if I'm feeling more song driven that day, I'll get up and I'll focus on, music or lyrics. If I'm feeling more screenwriting driven, I'll focus on dialogue or story or scene or background. It just really depends on what comes to my mind. But usually what gets to happen is I get to like use all of the talents in one project. For instance, like my energy video that you featured, I was able to like utilize like how I saw the sets and the scenes, and obviously I did the music. But I was able to get everything in one, streamlined piece of art. And that's what I try to do. I try to incorporate a little bit in each um, song or video or script that I produce. I mean, to be honest, all of the words are jumbled in my mind. So it's songs, it's writing, it's poetry, it's all art. It's art. You take the word. It's all art.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, doing all those things, producer, writer, voiceover. At some point, you got to just label yourself as a creator.
Yeah.
Which you 100% are, and with that limitless destination of art, even though we may think that we're doing all these things, we're only trying to do as much as we can to formally express the art that we are envisioning in our minds. Talk to me a little bit about your voiceover work. Like, how did this all started? Because I understand this happened for you when you were pretty young, huh?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I first got introduced to it in the third grade. And that was just by way of a teacher coming to me and asking, did I want to record a book on tape for some of the students that were struggling with reading or words. And so they could use sight and listening when they're reading their books. So I was really just kind of carted into a room. This sounds crazy. I was carted into a room with a little tape recorder, and I just read a book. That was my first introduction to voiceover, which would then years later be called audiobooks. So that's how it started. But probably around 2010, I started honing the craft and taking some classes. Edge Voiceover Studio up in New York and LA. I was able to take a few courses with them, learn about sight reading, or learn about alliteration, code reading, all of the things that you do. It's real, it's a lot of acting in voice acting. And so I took those type classes. And after that, it was putting together a demo and getting it out to a bunch of different agencies. And I landed one, Jake Purvis, that I've been with for quite some time. Yeah, we've been rocking together. And the biggest achievement in the voiceover world has been Nature's Bounty for me. I was able to voice some of their national commercial spots. And
oh, that is so cool.
A word from our non-sponsor, Nature's Bounty. Live bountifully. And the Nature Bounty voice you hear in this commercial is the voice of Cali Speedway.
Ready to shine from the inside out? Say yes to Nature's Bounty Advanced Gummies and Jelly Beans, the #1 brand for hair, skin, and nails, with 2 times more biotin to bring out more of your inner beauty. Nature's Bounty. Live bountifully.
And that's great. Now, that brings us perfectly into my next question in regards to licensing, because I feel like, doing voiceover work inside of commercials, right?
Okay.
And also getting your music played inside of TVs and commercials. Is there sort of that combination that works, or is it basically handled completely separately?
It's usually handled separately. When I'm doing voiceover work, I've never booked music in my voiceover commercials, but I have booked music on film and TV. So it has been separate from me in that way.
You know, this whole Web3 world starts to like evolve, right? Like, so Cali Speedway is going to be an NFT, and the utilities are going to have different voiceover, you know, basic vouchers, you know, or whether it be for music or whether it be for something like Bounty. And that would be amazing, because then you could start building up like essentially your own coin, you know?
Listen, give me all the ideas. Web3 has opened up a whole entire world for the creative, and I'm excited to be a part of it with the music. I do have a few drops. Definitely would love to bring the voiceover world into this space. I think all of the industries eventually are going to be touched by Web3 and the blockchain. But it was about 2021. Yeah, so not too long, but long enough. A lot has changed in the space since I've even got into it. I think when I got into it, I was about 8 months late from Board 8. So I was in the middle of that, and I saw like how that project had gone, and like the sensationalism around certain projects and things like that. I was able to see how that goes. I saw so many things come and go, as everybody has if they've been in Web3 from that time. But I have been able to be a part of some really solid projects. So, you know, I'm still very hopeful for Web3, and we're very early still. And I believe, as far as mass adoption is concerned, but we're here and we're building, and that's what's important.
You know, and that's the vibe, you know what I'm saying? Like, nothing ever is going to happen overnight, you know? And yeah, there's so many people that have been a part of Web3, or even just our own lives. you know, people come and people go, right?
For sure.
And so, you know, it's really just, you know, I say this often, it's just being present with the ones that you're with in the moment that you're with them within.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's such a magic to that, right? There's such an organic power.
I mean, listen, everything's energy and magnetism. And once you can clear the way and really see, you know, what's for you and start attracting that in, it's a whole nother world.
Yeah, let's talk about, because, you know, we were talking about energy, and I believe it was in that song that I was featuring where you had like the chakras lined up, and like, I like that message.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That message, yes.
I like that message. So a lot of that message that I vibe with now, where does that message come from you? Your family? Do you pull it from your past? Do you pull it through life experiences?
You know what? That's my alien part. And I pull it from my spirit being. Man, high up information, but I'm here to make it simple for the regular mind to understand that we are much bigger than we appear, and we have much more power than we generally give ourselves. And if we can drive it home in the form of music so that people don't even know that they're actually being vibrationally transformed, that's the goal. You know, healing in a good way to your highest abundance without you even knowing. You just tapping your foot in your healing, and you're humming in your healing, and the words are gonna hit you. You know what you were just saying, it hit me, and you know what I'm saying is gonna hit you, because we're on that wavelength. But I want to bring it to, you know, to everyone, just to give people something to think about. A lot of what I'm saying in the songs, I say, hey, are affirmations. You can look in the mirror and you can say these words, and you can feel, you know, how you're affected by them. So, I mean, it can get deep, but at the end of the day, we're going to make it creative, and music is healing on its own. So thank God for that. And we're in there with the message.
Yeah. You know, I'm reading a book. Where is it? Oh man, you should check it out. It is fantastic. You want to talk about vibing? This is The Creative Act, The Way of Being. It's Rick Rubin's book.
Okay, yes, yeah.
I mean, you know, I read this to calm my brain at night, but some of the stuff that he says is, Listen to this. He says this in this. He goes, what if it's impossible, though, to know exactly what someone else is thinking. And if we can't predict how our own ideas will work, and we can't, how can we draw conclusions about what someone else imagines? The idea is really just to focus on the energy that you're putting out.
Yeah. You got to
Right?
be doing it for self first. I found when you're doing it for self, you will touch someone else,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But he's right in that. I've caught his podcast a few times. Tetragrammaton?
Yeah, this was which one? This was Rick Rubin.
Yeah, Tetragrammaton. He has
Tetragrammaton.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the podcast on Spotify. But there really is a gate, not even a door. I would say a gate, because it was there and you could always feel it and you could almost see past it, but you can never touch it. Doors, I feel like, are so solid you can't see. You're completely blinded. I don't think I was ever blind. I just felt like I could never reach.
Yeah.
Right? And now now I could touch. Now I feel.
Yeah. Well, it is a gate. I like you use gate. And it's open. It is open at all times. It's just whether you can get there and then get yourself through that. But as far as, the creative mind goes, that we're open. And even our thoughts and ideas, where they come from and how we pick them up. I like to think of it as like radio waves, and whatever you can, handle, you can hear. I mean, as you grow, you realize you had everything. You have everything, inside that you need. That's it. And that's what it's about. We just have to know that it exists, so that we know that is a path that can be taken. Yeah. And that's it. Like I said, I'm here to simplify, because everything else is already so complicated,
It's pretty cool. So speaking of the future, like future projects, you mentioned that you're in animation.
I have an animated project. It's funny that you brought that up. I have an animated project coming as a feature film. I've been working on it for years. I had to flush out all the ideas, the characters, everything. I had to partner with more talented people than myself to get it going. But I do have an animated feature film that I'm in the process of shopping around, actually getting ready to raise some capital for a longer trailer than what I have now. And I'm doing that through Kickstarter. So that's one of the things I got to finish up soon. But that is something I'm working on in the future. I have a short film entitled Dank that I'm going to be getting out to the masses soon. I shot it probably about 2 years ago now. Female stoner film. Creating, writing, producing. So this stems from some characters that I came up with long time ago. And then it was just flushing out the story. So I'm taking the creator, producer, writer credit on that.
Oh, that's so great, Kelly. You're a special human being, 100%. You got a network. You want to get it out there. You want people to see it. Let's do. We could do an exclusive, a screening. We're partners with Vita TV, like a cable box for virtual environments.
Nice.
Right. So you get a wearable, and then you put the wearable on, and a cable box comes up. No different than what you would see on like YouTube TV or anything like that. And you can go through the channels, and essentially we're the MTV on their network. Obviously, IMU TV.
Yeah, we're gonna think of a bunch of places. I was just on with them yesterday. IMU TV, in their space that they were having on onboarding. I love what they're doing. I love what they're doing for the independent artists. I love what you guys are doing over here in Music District. I mean, it's obviously everything I need right now in the journey I'm at. So I'm grateful for it. I'm at to be, it's a constant restart and a constant rebirth. And with technology moving as fast as it is, listen, we're all at the start and starting again. It never be finished, honestly. So I'm excited.
So with you being in like Web3 since I said 2000, like a couple of years ago, 2021, right? You said?
Yeah.
Have you released any NFTs or become a part of any sort of communities? And have you done any sort of like collaborations with other artists?
Oh man, yes. The short answer, yes, I have. So my very first NFT drop, Genesis NFT drop, was on Sound XYZ. It is a single entitled Three Eyes, and it is featuring another Web3 artist, Rocky 2 Grimy, and a phenomenal producer, A Pork, who we met in Web3. And that was through the Culture Cards community that I met Rocky and A Pork. And the Culture Cards community has been a huge force in the Web3 space. This last year, they, Fred Frenchie, the CEO, put on a contest with the world-renowned Rodney Jerkins. So Rodney Jerkins has music on Web3. I don't even know if people are paying attention. Like I said, we're early. So some of these people are gonna come back and be like, what? But yeah, so through the Culture Cards, I was able to partner with Rodney Jerkins and put out a project that was entitled The Culture Cards Volume 1. It was Fred Frenchie, and it was, 16 phenomenal artists. The music is crazy. You can go on Sound XYZ and listen to the whole project. But my song was Money on the Line. And that was my second offering to Web3. 2 NFT drops now, I believe. 2 NFT drops. So I'm on the blockchain, and I've even got something out now, a remix on even.biz. That's not technically blockchain, but it is a new platform that is allowing for independent artists to get their music directly to fans in an easy and accessible way. So shout out to everybody that is building in this community, making it so easy for the artists and the fans to connect. Because that's what the future is going to be about. We hear one word so much in Web3 that we cannot get tired of, and that's community, because that's what this is going to all be about.
1,000%. I've said it a million times before. Even the big name artists that come in here to Web3 think they're going to kill it, but they don't. They get frustrated because they bought themselves out of a community by doing a label, right? And they bought themselves a following. They bought somebody to go out there and push their music, and and such an old way, an antiquated way of doing it. So, I mean, this is definitely the future. I am all in.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to want to take your product right to the consumer. You're going to want to talk directly to your fans. You're going to want to connect with them so that you know how to better serve them. Everybody, we're in a servant capacity. If you're an artist, you're a servant. I know it looks different sometimes for others. It looks like, the artist is up here, whatever. But no, if you are an artist, you're a servant. Yeah.
Now, are those songs, because I know on Spotify, do you have songs that are released that are not on Spotify, that are solely on chain?
Yes, so Three Eyes, the first Genesis drop on Sound XYZ right now, that is strictly on chain. The Rodney Jerkins drop, Money on the Line, and the Culture Cards Tape Volume 1 is strictly on chain right now.
Those are your favorite?
Man, I can't.
Come on, I know you're vibing on one of them. The first one that just came.
I mean, Money on the Line is an anthem.
Money loops never ending. I'm spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. It's money on the line. Get that flip, that spin, that money all the time. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Money on my mind. And it's a rewind. Money on the line. Get that flip, that spin, that money all the time. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Money on my mind. And it's a rewind. Money on the line. Money on the line. Money on the line. You got to upgrade me like the mama certain roomie. Send a car, Jay-Z, blue Huey, something nice and roomy. Deep down, I'm so glad I didn't do y'all like y'all do me. I done been through several new me's, but the rich one is the true me. Who me? Yeah, I am a bitch by her bucks. numbers calling me 9 out of 10. It ain't zeros, I ain't picking up. I will knock. Don't play with me, don't press your luck. Guess it's luck. The money be spending the bluff. Money on the line. Get that flip, that spin, that money all the time. Money all the time. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Money on my mind. Money on my mind. And it's a rewind. And it's a rewind. Money on the line. Money on the line. Yeah. Get that flip, that spin, that money all the time.
You know what I mean? So I do love it, but you know, 3 Eyes is our message, or the strongest. So like when it comes to songwriting, man, I'm all over. I can do any genre, anything. I do what the music tells me to do in that way, you know? So if I go in with a producer or the instrumentalist or whatever, and they love country, or they want to do some folk music, or they want to do some rock
You could
music.
do that? You could do that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because music is a universal language. I know the genres, you know, we're mixing all that up anyway now in the future. That's getting ready to be, you know, a lot of this will be genreless in the future, because the music wants to become one again.
This is 1,000%. That's amazing. But you know, so when you're doing like voiceover work or writing a song, do you get into a different headspace, or is it just one headspace for Cali Speedway?
No, I got 72 brains. Yeah, no. I have to click over and move around, but it just depends on what's, you know, like what's in front of me, like the task. And, you know, I just try to tackle it that way. The voiceover stuff is a lot of times straightforward, just depending on like the auditions I get or the scripts I get to read. I've done narration, telephony, commercial. So a lot of that is like words on the page that you got to try to make live through your performance of it and everything. The music, I let it take me. Yeah, I do what the music says to do. And that was a piece of advice I got from one of my favorite songwriters, Tidra Moses. I don't know if he's more her catalog, but like I got to meet her, and a piece of advice she said, write what the music tells you to write. And I stick with that, you know, and I was doing it before, but it made so much more sense to hear her say that about the crowd.
I feel you, man. Somebody told me something that gave me a similar feeling, was scratch the back of your brain. You know, and I was like, oh, you know, I feel that. Yes.
The music is going to go places that you may not go like immediately. So if you just allow for it to like, you know, that beat or that riff or that melody, you know, and build upon that. At least that's my process a lot of the time. I listen to, you know, I get a lot of tracks from different producers. And so a lot of times the energy that they put in it, I can feel for. And then that can like inspire me to, you know, do my thing. But it definitely for me is all about feeling and energy.
Yeah, I'm with it. I love it. I love it. And, you know, I could feel it too. You could feel it in the music, you know? I mean, energy really transcends.
Yeah, for sure. It really does. More than people know. And I'm just excited to be aware, you know, of it. And I'm grateful, you know, to be aware of it and to be very intentional when I'm creating that way.
One of the things I saw, and I have your Instagram up here that people can scan their QR code. Oh, I did come across something about an Instagram jingle, Get Your Life Right, with Alana. And Alana's my sister's name, so I love it. Yeah. And you spell it with 2 N's, A-L-A-N-N-A, yeah.
Oh, wow, yes. So listen, I told you 72 brains, 100 lives. That was a segment that I used to do on Instagram called Get Your Life Right with Alana. And it was really just me venting. It started that way about me either being in traffic or at the grocery store. And I was letting people know, hey, get your life right. If you want to, you know, if you want to be a good human being on this planet, put on your blinker when you're turning, get your life right with Alana. You know what I mean? It was like that. And it started to gain, some attention. So I was like, wait a minute, this is like a show now. So every good show needs a theme song. And that's where Get Your Life Right with Alana was born. And I don't even remember how I came up with like the melody line for it, but it was get your life right, get your life right, and it was kind of it just sounded like a good sound like a theme. So that's really how that came about.
That is awesome, man. And do you still do that?
Not really. However, I am getting ready to relaunch. I got all of my clips that I did from the first time I started the segment all the way down to the last, which I don't even know when I did it, but I have them and I'm going to string them together and I am going to put them out probably on your platform.
And send it over.
Oh man, absolutely. So I'm
breezy.
Yeah, crazy you asked about that because I've literally been compiling that because people have been, they have like asked me about it. They're like, hey, whatever. And I took all the clips offline. So yeah, I took them all off Instagram because I was doing a whole revamp and everything. But I know that content is king and you don't throw nothing away nowadays. I'm kind of the person who I don't want you to turn on my Instagram and my TikTok and my YouTube and see all the same thing. I kind of want you to be able to go here for this, go here for this. Just keep it interesting, always, giving the people something new and fresh.
Keeping it real. Yeah, man. That's really what it comes down to. Who are your inspirations, that you sort of, as you were growing up, that you were listening to, singing, being like, yo, I could hit that note. I can sing like this.
I'm going to tell you, I have so many inspirations. Music is the biggest inspiration ever. First of all, because I listen to everything. My dad loves jazz and big band and, all of that. And coming up in that, I listened to everything. But when it came time to me to buy my own music, I was buying The Brat, Foxy Brown, Lauryn Hill, Missy Elliott, obviously, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, everybody, like all of the heavy hitters. Yeah, all the heavy hitters. I was brought up on all of that. I was brought up in the best time for music, the 80s, the 90s, the 70s, the 60s, the 70s, 80s, not like I love all that music. I have, influence from all of that music, pop, rock, and all of that. But when it comes down to like the hip hop, the bars, the beats and stuff like that, I mean, man, I came up in the time of like, like LL Cool J, Big Daddy Kane. That's what my uncles and stuff were listening to. So I heard that stuff. And
I'm telling you, Callie,
got
it's
Nas.
so good. It's so good. It is so good. It's like this, man. It's like there's no place we ever got to go and there's no place we ever got to be because we're already at where we need to be, right?
Sure.
We're here right now, It's just putting what we're doing, into the awareness of other people.
That's it.
We've been doing this our whole lives. Yeah. And it takes 25 years to become an overnight success.
Absolutely.
You feel
time.
me?
yeah, for sure.
So
and
awesome.
it's dope to to have those influences because those people I named, like they're still in the business. The ones that are still with us are still in the business. Nas is still doing his thing. You know what I mean? And it doesn't die. It just gets reborn and rebirthed and I'm just again excited to have that ability to create like timeless music that people can vibe with no matter what age, and that comes from the energy of the music and making people feel something when they hear your stuff.
It's great. One of the things that we do here on Artist Spotlight is we take a few minutes where I ask an artist, yourself, who in Web3, another artist who you would like to take the time on your platform right here, right now, to promote someone else. It's called Artists Promoting Artists, that we can also help we could also help promote them just the same and push this energy further down the line?
Man, are you serious? It's so many artists. I met so many talented people in Web3. Like I said, everybody on that. You guys got to go check out that Volume 1 tape, the Culture Cards Volume 1. On Sound XYZ. It's not available for mint anymore, but you can go and listen, and please do, because every last artist on that project deserves to be highlighted. We were strangers. We didn't know each other. We had Rodney, Jerkins music in common. We had the Culture Cards in common. That's how we met. But if you go and you listen to that tape from top to bottom, there are no skips. And it has such a synergy in it that it could.
All right.
You gotta listen to it because it's that. I mean, outside of that, man, you know the heavy hitters in Web3. Rocky 2 Grammy's doing his thing. Sapphire Bardot, she's doing her thing. I have a remix with her. You guys can check that out too on even.biz. It's the Ride Your Wave remix. It's available right now. This is the remix.
What you thinking right now? I hope our frequencies align. This is a quantum love affair. We go from dusk till sunrise, yeah. All I know is that it feels nothing like I've had before. And I must say it feels good, so good,
So, do you want my number or not? Will you wait for light years while I handle all of my calls? Is it 50-50 or I'ma have to get more? Are your lies exciting or you a bore? I don't really care, I just
care what they think or what they say. Yeah. I just wanna ride, I just wanna roll, I just wanna ride your way.
I know Web3 has a lot of sleeping giants. So we really got to just keep our ears to the street. Let the dirt say amen.
Let the dirt say amen.
Yeah. Phenomenal artists. And like I said, these are all people that I met in Web3. So when you say who you connecting with in Web3, it's crazy. You guys want to tap in with them. And they have projects out or either coming out.
I know.
Jump!
LTHX. Thank you, bro. This feeling is unbelievable, you know? First time recording in LA. Inglewood. Compton, what up?
Hey yo, I ran up in the whammies like what? Stick 'em up, look I'm up, bitch I'm up. Look I'm up. Scott. Hey yo, I'm running in the Grammys like what? Stick 'em up, look I'm up, bitch I'm up. Trick I'm up. Hey yo, I'm running in the Grammys like what? Stick 'em up, look I'm up, bitch I'm up. Black and white, this is us. And so many problems on my mind while riding down Rosecrans. Remembering the time I've been great. Fuck the goats, bestiality, bin breaks. The league backs and people ask if Tim MJ. My seeds planted, trees standing, I've been straight. You can read my palms, tell your baby I'm Djembe. Smacking over drums. BAC, all eyes on me. And now that the people watching, I gotta watch how I speak. Cause they think that I'm a prophet, but I ain't making the profit. Stop it, I'm not God, I'm just a comet. Rocket, my shit slapping. We at the Oscars, I took it easy. Like I'm running straight out of Compton. Now look at Mimi, shooting J's, still Stevie Wonders, magic, putting pennies up in them baskets. Cutting fabric, costumes, cover the acting. Just fucking tragic. Now the theater's full of addicts. Panic, and I hope that you understand that I didn't plan it, and I'll never take you for granted.
You know, energetically where I am, I was able to attract all these talented folks. So it's a humbling place to be, but I'm definitely in that circle of talented people that are taking off. And there are no rules. The rules that may be held in artists in Web 2 are not here in Web 3. So age and look and sound and all of it, it just goes away really. And it is about the energy and how people's music is making you feel in the art. I'm so happy that we're collaborating with visual artists, digital artists, and making these whole new worlds. LM Designs is a very talented.
Shout out to my girl
do you know
LM
LM?
Designs.
Man,
Yes,
shout
yes,
out
yes.
LM. We gotta say something about LM and what she's doing.
She's a beautiful soul.
Yes. Yeah, she's definitely a beautiful soul, very talented. She's working on some stuff with me. She's building out the mothership for the Ghetto Alien over on Spatial and stuff like that. So it's a lot of things coming.
But one of the other things I just wanted to ask is, how do you balance? I think it's something that I start making a point of, like, mental health. I think mental health is something that always needs to be somewhat put of a spotlight on, because I think it's something that people need to be more open to. And I think conversations like this let people know that they're not alone, and that they're, and that, there's others just like them, So how do you manage your mental health? And you have children, you have careers, you're doing all these things, and it's got to be a lot of work for you, Callie, right? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot.
It is a whole lot. So I always take my moment, and I encourage people to take their moment, no matter what. And I say that if you got to be on stage in 2 minutes, take your 2 minutes. And when I say take it, you got to get centered, you got to clear, you got to breathe and just take a moment. Always try to refocus back on why you're doing a thing and be so patient with yourself. The creative mind needs special care because we don't get all of this, creativity and all this good music, words, lyrics, poetry, movement from nowhere. Like, we have to go certain places to get that. So that same mind that gets you to those places is fragile too at times. So I'm glad that you're bringing up mental health, and I'm glad we can talk about it. Listen, everybody's crazy and it's okay. But the thing that is not abundant here on this planet, love. So I'm pushing that narrative, and especially of self. So you got to be very patient with yourself. And you can't dwell on your, past and your past mistakes. You can't dwell on how long you've been doing a thing. You just need to be present as much as possible. And that means aware of, like, what you're doing right now and what's working in your favor, not what's not working. And these are the practices that I use, and mindfulness, meditating, breathing. I know that these are things people are like, oh, I don't know how to meditate, or I don't know how to get still, but it could be as simple as sitting in a room with your favorite music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. For me, I was one of those people at one point, right? And I got my degree in psych, so I was learning on thought-stopping techniques, and I literally started with, like, a rubber band around my wrist.
Yes. Okay.
Just to start helping me be more present and aware. I mean, this started 15 years ago, right? And now I use my thoughts like that rubber band, because sometimes if you're thinking, then you're not present. And if you're not present, then you're wasting the energy.
Yeah.
And so I use my thoughts as that snap. If I'm thinking about something, you ever see those people, like, you get into a conversation, they can't wait to speak?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing there. Like, you're ruining what we have here, or not giving what we have a chance.
Right.
Yeah. Because everybody's great.
Yes.
Everybody's important. Everybody is so special. Right? Think about what we could be together.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
It's a push for the collective. I'm glad you're saying together, because it is a push for the collective consciousness, the creative mind. And I'm so glad to be involved with a lot of spaces. There's a space that you definitely want to tap into. It's called Artfully Fed, and that is put on by a man, Sapphire Bardot and Julia Rosita, and I think that's happening on Friday. And it's really dope because it's catered to the creative mind, and it is a mindfulness space, and it is a space about mental health, and it is a space about how to navigate, in this world collectively, though, as creative people. Because it's we all think we're going through this thing alone, or that nobody understands what's going on. And it's just not true once you start to get open and out there and listening to others. And you're like, oh, wait, I'm not the only one feeling like that or thinking like that. And it's,
because, I was just telling my son the other day, I'm like, you don't know what this girl is going through.
Right.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
Right? You're basing everything on how you feel.
Yep.
And that, and that brings us back to that quote, that I mentioned before. Man, if I could find it, that'd be some synchronicity shit, because I randomly, here it is, page 158.
Yes.
I go, it's impossible, though, to know exactly what someone else is thinking. And if we can't predict how our own ideas will work, which we can't, how can we draw conclusions about what someone else imagines? Like, that is such a powerful thing.
Yeah.
Like, so much thought and energy is being spent or felt by what we think people think of us.
So true.
But we can't. We don't even know our own ideas are going to work. How can we justify what somebody else is imagining?
Exactly. And it's all made up.
And to feel so much love and acceptance for people. I don't even think people could really get underneath my skin anymore. Because if they're angry or say something mean, that's more of a reflection on them than it is on me.
Yeah. It's definitely is. And the fact that that already is helping diffuse anything else. You know what I mean? Because you can lead with love. You can see where they're at, and you can say, I used to be there and I'm not there anymore, but I understand, and I'm gonna give you grace. When I walk out the door, I only see me. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, when I walk out the door, I only see me. Meaning, if it's only me here, I treat me good. I'm patient with myself. I love myself. I can treat myself with respect. I don't have to honk at you right away when the light turns green. I'm patient with myself. You know what I mean? But it takes so much work to get there, because that's just not how society, you get pressed so much. Yeah. And it's like, it can definitely be exhausting. And if you don't take a break, you don't get a break.
Amen.
You have to.
You got to walk away. I mean, the walk away is as important as the hustle. So much love on that, And my last question I wanted to ask you is what's on the docket for Cali by end of this year? You doing anything exciting, anything fun? I'm not talking 2 years, 3 years, because we're already here.
Oh yeah, man, more music for sure. My headphones jumped off. You saw that? I didn't even plan that. More music, and more collaborations, more visibility for me, because I know that's probably one of the things that has been lacking. Because I'm a quality over quantity person. I don't have to be on camera and screen and doing all this all the time. But I think now it is the time to get a little bit more visible and get a little bit more connected to the people, so they can understand who I am and the message and what, the plan for the ghetto alien is. And again, like I said, that's just to drive the collective conscious up. And
you know what, Kelly, I wish you nothing but the ultimate success, nothing but positive vibes, love. You're an extraordinary person. I'm so happy that we got to spend this time together.
Man, me too. I am I'm forever grateful, man. Music District, IO, man. This is where it's at. The beginning of something very, very beautiful and very long lasting. I'm Kelly Speedway, singer, songwriter, producer, director, and I'm here with the Music District.io, discovering new music and pioneering music's future in Web3, one broadcast at a time.
I need a camera click, then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I need a camera quick, then I'ma post my pic, then I'ma post my pic. I need a camera click, then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I'm making money on money calls. Then take a flick on my money phone. Money come, money come, money go. I gotta post it, put on the show. Get the light right, so they like that. Post a picture, then they write back. Get the light right, so they like that. Post a picture, then they write back. All of my followers, I should be modeling. I am a star on here, I'm going to Hollywood. All of my followers, I should be modeling. I am a star on here, I'm going to post a pickup. I'm not balling. How you figure? They keep calling. I'm on camera. I can't answer, but you'll see it when it go up. This the glow up. All my haters gotta show up. I know they sick. Please don't throw up. Faces tore up. I'm gon' pull up. I need a camera click. Then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I need a camera quick.
Follow, like, and subscribe by visiting musicdistrict.io.
I need a camera click. Then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I'm making money on money calls. Then take a flick on my money phone. Money come, money come, money go. I gotta post it, put on the show. Getting bigger, post my figure. They gon' like it whenever I post a picture. I'm that nigga, getting figures. Got off flying how I went from no one to attention center. Now I got them locked in like detention centers. 5-star hotels, Michelin dinners. Even post a pickup when I'm at the dentist. My media is social, so they won't forget this. I need a camera click, then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I need a camera quick, then I'ma post my pic, then I'ma post my pic. I need a camera click, then I'ma post my pic, post my feet. I cannot let them forget I am the shit. I feel my neck and my wrist. I'm making money on money calls. Then take a flick on my money phone. Money come, money come, money go. I gotta post it, put on the show.
The Music District is a Web3 music discovery channel offering a broadcast service and music network that showcases the best Web3 artists and music videos. It's a platform where fans and emerging artists collaborate on a shared creative journey, driven by Web3 music broadcasting. Fan engagement with broadcasts fuels the evolution and growth of Web3 music, expanding its reach across platforms and devices. Artists gain increased visibility and global exposure, while fans become active, invested participants in their favorite artists' journey toward independence. By supporting and engaging with broadcasts through shares and likes, fans naturally boost the reach of emerging Web3 artists, driving sales for the artists while increasing the value of the music NFTs fans invest in. Think of it like the community-backed energy of PBS, mixed with the cultural buzz of MTV. Our approach is a fresh, collaborative model that pushes Web3 music discovery, growth, and artist independence through community-driven broadcasting. Subscribe to connect.